Gabriela Coletta Zapata, District 1 City Councilor, and I'm the chair of the Boston City Council Committee on Government Operations. Today is May 30th, 2024. This hearing is being recorded. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/city-council TV and broadcasted on Xfinity Channel 8, RCN Channel 82, FiOS Channel 964, attendance in accordance with Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2021, modifying certain requirements of the open meeting law, and relieving public bodies of certain requirements, including the requirement that public bodies conduct its meetings in a public place that is open and physically accessible to the public. The City Council will be conducting this hearing remotely. This enables the City Council to carry out its responsibilities while ensuring public access to its deliberations through adequate alternative means. Written comments may be sent to the committee email at ccc.boston.gov and will be made a part of the record and available to all councilors. Testimony will be taken at the beginning of this hearing and at the end of this hearing. If you are interested in testifying, please email our Central Staff Liaison, Megan Kavanaugh, at meghan.kavangh@boston.gov for the link, and your name will be added to the list. Today's hearing is on docket 0642, message in order for your approval, a home rule petition to the General Court entitled Petition for a Special Law regarding an act relative to property tax classification in the City of Boston. This was filed in the Office of the City Clerk on April 1st, 2024. The matter was sponsored by the administration and was referred to the committee on April 3rd. Today, I am joined by my colleagues in order of arrival. Council President Ruth C. Louis-Jean, Councilor Enrique Pepin, Councilor Henry Santana, Councilor Liz Braden, John Fitzgerald, Councilor Julia Mejia, Councilor Tanya Fernandez-Anderson, Councilor Ed Murphy, and Councilor Aaron Murphy. So we are going to, seeing that this is the second hearing, we're going to forego opening statements. I do just have a quick introduction describing this piece of legislation and the process that has led us to today. So docket 0642 is a home rule petition submitted by Mayor Wu to the City Council to change Boston's property tax classification structure for a 5-year period. This bill would temporarily allow Boston to reduce the residential share of the levy from its current 50% to 45% of its full valuation and increase the business share from 175% to 200% of its full variation, thereby shifting more of the burden on Boston's tax bills to business properties. This home rule petition seeks to regulate the property tax classification limits in the city to increase the percentage of tax burden that may be shifted to commercial and industrial properties, otherwise known as CIP and labeled as Class 3 and 4 properties, if the current minimum of the residential factor would result in residential and open space, otherwise known as RO properties labeled as Class 1 and 2, paying a higher percentage of the total property tax levy than what they paid the year prior. I've already stated that I'm generally supportive of providing a soft landing for residents and protecting them from a potential $900 increase in their property tax bill in 1 quarter. I foresee the main beneficiaries of this proposal to be individuals who own property that are house rich and cash poor, like many of our seniors and tenants renting within smaller properties in Boston. Despite this, I'm still concerned that additional taxes, especially on smaller commercial property owners and small businesses within them, will unintentionally stifle necessary economic growth in our city and hurt our small businesses. We must consider the long-term impacts of our changing economy and impacts the pandemic has had on workplace vacancies and tenancies. Boston must prioritize additional sources of revenue as well as part of a suite of solutions for a long-term plan. We've already had 1 hearing in this committee where we predominantly heard from the administration via the CFO and Commissioner of Assessing, and we'll hear from them in the last panel, almost as a response to what we've heard today. And in that first hearing, they outlined the contents of this proposal, an explanation as to why they believe in the urgency of now to move this forward. I've decided to have a second hearing within this committee, given the sweeping and consequential impacts this proposal will have on our city. Additionally, recent reports from the Boston Municipal Research Bureau and other input from various real estate organizations have added complex layers given their recommendations to review and consider. It is our responsibility as a legislative body of Boston to take a closer look at these potential impacts to both residential taxpayers and commercial property owners, and the small businesses, the mom and pop shops that occupy those spaces. The main purpose of this hearing is to ensure that there is a wide array of community input and robust information gathering on the special law that is before us today. I look forward to hearing from a community panel, home ownership panel, union panel, a real estate panel, as well as the responses from the administration. And just quickly going through the agenda for my council colleagues. We do have that community panel with public testimony. We also have the home ownership panel that includes folks from MAHA, Real Estate Development, from Boston Communities, Urban Edge, and then the unions. And then that's when we'll get into councilor questions for 5 minutes per councilor. And then following that, we'll hear from the real estate panel, which includes, also includes the Boston Municipal Research Bureau, and then also the administration panel. And then following that, we'll have a second round of questioning for those two panels. And then you'll also get 5 minutes each for that. I will just remind my colleagues and folks in attendance that are giving testimony, we do have a Ways and Means hearing at 2 p.m. And so I will be keeping a strict time limit on testimony and questions, understanding that you have 5 minutes to ask these questions of folks. Please plan accordingly. So with that, I will make sure for central staff that we have Lizzie Torres, Shirley Jones, Tom Kunha, Aaron Bailey, I believe Alex DeFranzo, and another individual who's already signed up for public testimony to be elevated as panelists. And because she's first on my list, I'll call Lizzie Torres to provide her testimony at this moment in time. Lizzie, you have the floor.
All right, I'll go. So thank you so much, everybody. Thank you to the Boston City Council for taking this so seriously. And thank you so much to Councilor Coletta Zapata for taking this so seriously and making sure that we get all of the feedback necessary for it. I am here to name my support for this because I am concerned about how the housing crisis is being impacted by this particular time. And reclassification of the tax burden is going to be an integral part of making sure that housing stability is still something that we have as a goal and something that we as a community take very seriously. And the way that our tax classification works is, unfortunately, it means that the burden has to be shifted somewhere. And I cannot find any reason why keeping the burden on homeowners, renters, and folks who are currently struggling with their housing to have to take on that burden when the business community absolutely has tools and mechanisms that are flexible for them in order to continue, operating and everything like that. And I have great faith that we will find a way to make sure that we can keep our economy going and find all sorts of solutions. I also have to say the one thing that when I looked into this policy is that a similar policy was actually done in 2008 for a very similar time period. And I think that has been missed a lot in the conversation. And Boston bounced back from the 2008 recession in a way that many other cities, my hometown of Orlando, as a great example of it, did not. And it is because that there were not any preventative measures that were, given the foresight and given the care for homeowners and current homeowners and new homeowners especially, who are already burdened with housing costs and maintenance and everything like that, that this is actually attempting to proactively solve. And I'm actually really excited to say that I think this is a really good proactive policy that's going to be really beneficial for the next 5 years. And, hopefully a time period where very few people actually notice it. So I want to thank the council for taking this seriously, and I want to thank the administration for taking that seriously. And those will be my comments for this.
Thank you, Lizzie. Alston resident. We now have Shirley Jones, president of Meeting House Hill. Shirley, you have the floor. You are muted, Shirley.
Definitely be me. I wanted to say good morning to everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I take great pride in being a part of this community, this city, and I just wanted to introduce myself. I am the current president of Meeting House Hill Civic. I'm a community activist. I'm very involved in the communities in Boston, not just my Meeting House Hill Civic, but various communities around the city. And I have the opportunity of knowing that this housing tax will definitely move a lot of our families out if this isn't done productively, like how the mayor is planning to do it. So I'm definitely in support of her 5-year plan to decrease the taxes, not decrease taxes, but to not allow the increase, because the taxes have to be increased in order for us to do what we need to do to keep our city the great city that it is. But it won't take the home residents won't have such a tough burden to carry. And I say that because I'm a senior. I'm very active, as I said, in the community. I'm on a fixed income, and a drastic tax increase would not put me in a good financial standing. I'm blessed to have 3 beautiful grandchildren. Of course, everybody on this panel probably already know Dakota, BJ, and Levi. And I want them to stay in this city. I want us as a family to stay here, to be able to strive here. And decrease it, well, I like to say decrease again. I have to take that out of my vocabulary because that's not decreasing. The devastation of such a great increase would really bring a serious burden on my family and my community. So again, I'm so in favor, and just being around, I'm on the Main Street board. So with the Meeting House Hill Civic, I see residents here. We have a community, it's a loving community. We want to keep us all here. And again, I thank you, Mayor Wu, for taking the approach to bring about this plan, this 5-year plan, to keep us homeowners here. I do have the opportunity of having tenants. I have tenants, and by the taxes not increasing drastically would allow me to decrease what I would charge my tenants. But if imagine if I had such a drastic increase in my tax, then I would have to pass that burden on to my renters, and that I don't want to do. I just want us all to be able to stay here, stay in our communities and our homes, and just continue to enjoy Boston and all the wonderful things that's happening here. And I'm so much in support of what our mayor is proposing. Thank you for this opportunity. God bless you all. See you all on Sunday.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Ms. Jones. And it's come to my attention that I mislabeled Councilor Flynn. So Councilor Flynn is here, and I apologize profusely. Next up, we have my friend from Charlestown, Mr. Tom Kuna, who is the chair of the Charlestown Neighborhood Council. Tom, you now have the floor. You're on mute, Tom. Tom, you are still on mute.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Better?
Oh, there we go. You're good.
Now?
Hear you now.
Okay, thank you. I just want to first thank the city councilors for taking the time to listen to my community and communities like myself. The neighborhoods are important, and I'm in support of Mayor Wu's 5-year plan, mainly because I grew up in my neighborhood and have lived here all of my life, and I see friends and relatives and older members of my community like myself having to move out because they just can't afford to stay, and a tax increase of 16.5%, as quoted by the Municipal Research Bureau, scares the heck out of me. I think a lot of people would have to get out from under it. as you well know, every neighborhood in the city is being gentrified, and all well and good. I welcome new residents, but I really have a concern that the residents who have built Boston as to what it is and have dealt with a lot of concerns and issues over the years, I don't want them to have to leave because we don't protect their incomes because of taxes. This is not a perfect plan, but it sure as heck is a great step in the right direction. I'm hoping that we can slide in some mom and pop store relief, but it's important that you understand that there are people in my neighborhood that are barely hanging on, and any kind of a massive tax increase over the next 1 or 2 years would probably have to make them sell and leave their homes. And that's really scary to me. I think Mayor Wu has, and her staff have looked at this as in a constructive manner. I believe there'll be a lot of questions and there'll be a lot of concerns and issues that are dealt with. That's why we have such a good city council, because they don't duck when it comes time to asking hard questions. But in Charlestown, I think it would be a good thing right now that we start to make a process saying, this is what the tax rate will be, this is how it will be adjusted. And unfortunately, for some big commercial situations, they're in dire need. But right now, I don't want people to leave my community. It's very important. And the other thing is, I thought that this was looked at in a pretty good manner. I read it pretty well. Again, like any legislation, it's not perfect, but it does have to be vetted out. But I think this is the first big step to ensuring that people who want to stay in their community for the rest of their lives can do so. And I really appreciate your time, and I appreciate the work that you'll be doing on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Tom. It's great to see you. Next up, we'll have, thank you. Next up, we'll have Aaron Bailey, who is a Jamaica Plain resident, and then Alex DeFranzo, East Boston resident.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on this topic. Thank you, Council President C. Louis Jean. Thank you, councilors. Thank you, Gabriella, for taking this opportunity to speak with us. I'm in complete support of this measure. I am a landlord in Jamaica Plain, and my two residents are actual public servants themselves. One works for the state of Massachusetts, and one is a federal employee. And I received an email, as the rent renewal, as the lease renewal is up, saying, we can't afford a drastic increase in rent. We're public servants. We will be displaced. It'll be an undue burden. So I know firsthand how concerned tenants are and how concerned landlords are. And I've seen two friends of mine, which are couples, that have had to move out of Boston within the last 12 months due to unaffordable prices. My concern is compounded by the fact that landlords and homeowners are also seeing an increase in their home insurance premiums. They're skyrocketing through the roof. There's been multiple articles on this. Even our neighborhood association, the Evergreen Kenny Neighborhood Association, of which I'm the president, it's been a concern that's come up at our neighborhood meetings of how do we absorb the cost of increased taxes and then increase home insurance premiums. I feel comfortable with this measure because it's on a 5-year timeline, and we want to keep Boston competitive, right? So we don't want to overburden businesses and commercial residents in the city by making Boston so unattractive that they flee. But in the same token, we need to make sure that they have talent, and the talent that they potentially bring to Boston stays, and that they don't flee because of the high prices. So I just wanted to say that there's also other considerations. Instead of raising, if commercial tenants are concerned about their taxes raising, there's all sorts of abatements that can be offered to them: carbon credits, leasing, land leasing. I've seen different tactics used. I used to work for the city of Philadelphia, so I've seen the creative ways that this can happen. So that will wrap up my testimony. If I slurred a little, I had some dental work done this morning, so please forgive me if there was anything that wasn't understood. I'm going to go off camera, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them now or offline. Thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your time and still joining us, even though you had a dental appointment this morning. We're very appreciative. Next up, we have Alex DeFranzo, East Boston resident, and then we'll go to Carol Blair, a South End and Roxbury resident. Alex, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity to testify this morning. I also am speaking in support of the petition for the same reasons, really, that those that have spoken before me, and also just to say that this is a really practical measure to deal with this kind of shock and valuation. that the shock comes from overvaluation of commercial properties, and that the way that commercial mortgages are made, it doesn't line up with the current reality of where the city's at. So over the course of the next 5 years, having a period of transition where those things work themselves out and the burden is on, the banks that finance these huge properties, rather than the homeowners across the city, I think is a really smart thing to do. It's already worked in the past in the administration in the early 2000s, and will give people the breathing room that they need while the city kind of reorganizes in a post-COVID reality of what properties are worth what. So thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you so much for joining us, and good to see you and hear from you. We also have Carol Blair, who's a South End and Roxbury resident. Carol, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for taking the time for this important testimony. So things were different then. We arrived to work at 8:30, plugging numbers into an old calculator, and left work at 5. I was 22 and newly married. I was a young engineer, and my team was tasked with double-checking computer calculations that would stop I-95 from blasting through Jamaica Plain and Roxbury. When my first child was on the way and we needed more than our small bedroom, we considered moving to the suburbs, but my husband worked in the evening. We'd be growing apart. Thank goodness we found a half-gutted house in the South End that we could afford. That was 50 years ago. Now I'm retired and 32 years into another marriage. 2 young couples rent space in our building, making it possible for us to stay in the city. They work downtown, as most of our tenants have, but when they outgrow the apartment, they leave Boston. Housing is scarce. Cars are bigger, and there are more of them. The suburbs are feeling congestion, and the T struggles to recover from decades of neglect. But work is in your pocket, or your ear, so businesses won't be filling downtown buildings in the same way. How will we prepare for a new future where residents and businesses thrive and feed each other? Mayor Wu has proposed flexibility. Zoning for structures rather than specific activities, transportation by all modes, and tax rates that respond to the needs of the moment. I hope we can make room for innovation. My grandchildren now live in the house where their mother grew up. Will there be a place for them and their families in the new Boston? Will there be room for their new ideas? I ask that you all support the temporary change in rates to allow the city to deal with these issues, particularly housing. I believe that businesses will benefit from a thriving Boston workforce. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. We also have one more person that signed up for public testimony, Ethan Voigt. I'm not sure if he's in central staff or not. If not, we can call him afterwards.
It doesn't look like he's on just yet.
Okay, hopefully he'll come on. We'll go to the second panel. And with that, I see, so we have Simone Crawford, who's the Executive Director of Massachusetts Affordable Housing Alliance. We also have Phil Cohen, who's the Principal Consultant in Real Estate Development, Specialist from Boston Communities. We'll also hear from Bob Creedle, Director of HO Programs at Urban Edge. And then we also have, and I apologize if I'm gonna say your name wrong, Gurside Luke, Associate Director of Urban Edge. Please correct me when you are called on. I do see Ethan Voigt here. Ethan, are you prepared to provide any public testimony at this moment in time?
Sure, I'm happy whenever makes sense.
Okay, great. If you're ready now, we'll go to you. Ethan is an East Boston resident, but also feel free to talk about your professional experience as well. You have the floor.
Thank you, Councilor. Just to introduce myself, I was born in Boston. I'm currently a resident of East Boston. As of 6 months ago, I started working in commercial real estate. So I came through a kind of untraditional path to this. And I'm focusing specifically on East Boston. I want to first echo a lot of the concerns I've heard from constituents about how a property tax increase will be burdensome to residents. I think displacement is a huge issue in this city, and I think we should be working really hard to make sure that people are able to afford to stay in Boston and are not burdened. That being said, I think personally, I'm not in support of this proposal as it is currently written. I think commercial real estate is going through a once in a generation structural change. The pandemic, of course, has changed the way we live and work. Anybody who walks around downtown Crossing can see the level of vacancies and the concern we have for that part of the city. Also, leases are coming up, so we really don't know where the bottom of this is. We will know, and maybe in 5 years, where it fleshes out. And then, most importantly to me, a lot of these costs will be passed on to small tenants if they've signed triple net leases. So that's where my heart is, and I'm concerned about those small tenants. So that being said, I do think that the real estate community and the development community has a role to play in supporting the city as both entities go through some significant change. So I'd love to see some sort of creative solutions or offers, frankly, from those entities to help solve these common problems. I think downtown Crossing specifically, there's been a lot of talk about conversion from office to residential. My sense is that that's very hard to do, but it may be conversion from office to some sort of community or civic use is something that these developers could help facilitate. These people are experts in buying and trading and using buildings. So, allowing them to apply some of their skills to help solve some of these concerns the city has. I also think climate change is something that affects us all, and specifically real estate interests. So, would real estate interests be open to helping Boston invest in climate resiliency? That's another place where I think things would happen. And then I guess finally, what I'd say is I'd like to see everybody, the city included, try to build strength in the small tenants here in East Boston and across the city. They are really the lifeblood of our city. They make the city worth living in. And so I'd love to see the city respond by supporting those tenants who are struggling. So I appreciate the chance to present to this body. And thanks very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony and your perspective, Ethan. I really appreciate it. Okay, we'll go to the second panel. We'll have Simone Crawford start as the Executive Director of MAHA. Simone, you have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you. I must say thank you to the entire council for having me speak on behalf of MAHA. I must also state I live in Mattapan for over 20 years. I am a landlord with naturally occurring lower rent to my tenants that I would love to keep that way for as long as I possibly can. And so I would like to just encourage, share that before I start. I am here on behalf of MAHA to fully support this proposal from the mayor. We are an education outfit. We teach first-time homebuyer class and homeowner class about sustainability. Currently, it is hard for potential home buyers to enter the housing market. They are faced with extremely high interest rates and high home prices. Banks take all the expenses into consideration when underwriting mortgages, which makes a higher tax rate a barrier to home ownership. We also have our homeowners that are faced with humongous increases for property insurance currently. We are seeing an influx of these individuals coming into our classes trying to maximize any kind of discount that they can get, which is minimal. So a tax increase on our homeowners would also be a burden that most of us could not rebound from. In addition, homeowners of color have the lower homeownership rates and will be the hardest hit. So this is the worst time, we think, for a big increase in property taxes. While I am not an expert on this subject, I do understand that Boston's revenue come disproportionately from property taxes, and those either come from homeowners and businesses. Boston does not have the power to assess commuter taxes or other revenue-raising proposals, and so we are relying on property taxes as the main revenue source. We really applaud Mayor Wu's proposal to really think carefully about how to balance this in this particular time. Mayor Menino did this in 2004. The business community did support this, maybe eventually, but it did happen, and it worked. We thank the mayor for putting forth this proposal. It is practical, it is time limited, and it's a solution while we get through this economic cycle. So we're looking forward to continuing to support, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Crawford, for your testimony. We'll go to Mr. Phil Cohen, who's the principal consultant and real estate development strategist from Boston Communities.
Hey, can you guys hear me all right? Thank you all for taking the time for this hearing and for this discussion. I really appreciate it. As you mentioned, my name is Phil Cohen. I'm a longtime Boston resident and principal at Boston Communities. We're a team of housing advocates and real estate developers who specialize in developing affordable and mixed income communities in Boston and around the area. And we've been working really hard with the city of Boston to build opportunities for affordable housing, not just for renters, but especially for homeowners and for those who would like to be homeowners as a way of building wealth in their communities and providing a type of stability that renters don't always have. We're actually one of the development teams that were awarded some of the mayor's Welcome Home Boston sites. So we're super grateful to be helping in this way. And we've also been able to see firsthand the benefits that long-term ownership can have, not just for a family, but also for a community. So I recognize the need to increase tax rates in some way in order to provide the same level of city services as we have in the past. I know this isn't ideal, but I'm personally just very familiar with the hardships that can happen when residential rates increase. It's super significant and important when it comes to figuring out how much a family can afford. Annual expenses like taxes are just super sensitive. So I think it's very important to do what we can to keep Boston affordable and to keep it accessible to not only our current residents, the families who've grown up here, but also just for a diverse population. So my opinion is that this proposal gives the mayor the flexibility to do that, and that's why I'm supporting this 5-year plan.
Thank you, Phil, for your testimony. Do we have Bob Creedle or Gerside Luke from Urban Edge on the call? Okay, maybe we can circle back to them. I do want to just mention that we've been joined by councilors Ben Weber and Brian Worrell. If we don't have the individuals from Urban Edge, we can move to the third panel, and we're making really good time. Thank you, everybody. Of union representatives, if they are on the call. We should have Jamie McNeil from Unite Here, Local 26, Johnny McGinnis from the Boston Teachers Union, Eddie Nastari from AFSCME Council 93, and Tom McKeever from SEIU Local 888. I'll give central staff the ability or the opportunity to elevate them to panelists.
They're being moved over now.
Okay, great, thank you. And just as a reminder for my colleagues, we'll go into our first round of two questioning components, 5 minutes each. Okay, it looks like we have some folks already on because I see him first. I will go to Tom McKeever, who is the, I'm sorry, I want to get your title correct. I don't have your title, excuse me. If you could say it before your testimony, but you are of SEIU Local 888. Tom, you have the floor.
Thank you to the Honorable City Councilors and Council President and distinguished guests on this call. My name is Tom McKeever. I'm the president of SEIU Local 888. SEIU Local 888 unites 8,000 public sector workers. Our members provide vital support and services in the city and towns throughout the Commonwealth, including 1,200 City of Boston employees. All Local 888 City of Boston employees must maintain residence in Boston for the first 10 years of service to the city. Many of our members are lifetime residents of Boston and understand the importance of residing in this and supporting the city. Local 888 believes in dignity and value of the services our members provide the city. Local 888 is dedicated to improving the lives of our members and the communities we serve. We are backed by power and strength of the largest union in the United States, the Service Employees International Union. We are 2 million members strong and growing. Local 888 supports Mayor Wu's home rule petition to protect residential property owners. We agree with this legislation that provides stability for all taxpayers. Preserving the affordability of Boston for homeowners is beneficial for all and helps preserve the vibrancy of the city for years to come. Our service workers cannot afford a dramatic increase in property tax or rent increases and continue to either live in the city they love or provide support through their valuable contributions to the city. We respectfully ask the city councilors, council president, to support Mayor Wu's legislation. And that concludes my statement today. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Tom, for your testimony. We'll go in this order moving forward. Jamie McNeil of Local 26, Johnny McGinnis, and then Eddie Nastari, although I think we have William Shizon here on his behalf. So Jamie, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Councilor, and thank you, councilors, for having this hearing today. It's great to see you all. My name is Jamie McNeil. I'm the General Agent for the Hospitality Workers Union. Here at Local 26, we represent over 12,000 workers in the hospitality industry here. We're in support of this docket. We not only represent thousands of Boston homeowners and renters, but we also just bought an office building in downtown Boston. We purchased this building because of the incredible work of the folks who are on this panel with me. We purchased this building because we know a member of AFSCME is going to keep the street clean in front of our office building and the streets around it. We purchased this building because we know if, God forbid, there's an emergency at the office, someone from Boston EMS will be there in minutes, along with someone from Local 718, firefighter. We purchased this building because we know the parks are immaculate, they're clean. We know that the streets are going to be safe when we go to walk home. And we know that if there's an issue in the neighborhood, we can call the city and city staff will be there night and day to field that call and make sure that the neighborhood issue is resolved. These workers, the workers that are on the panel with me, contribute to nearly every reason we purchased this office building here in Boston. These are the public goods that we must continue to fund in order to keep our city working and keep our city attractive for future office tenants, future office purchasers. We dealt with a lot of the aftershocks of COVID as an organization. We feel like this is another aftershock, and we, as residents, I'm a City of Boston resident, we shouldn't face the full burden. We can face part of the burden. We shouldn't face the full burden of a crisis that we, as Boston residents, did not create. I feel like this petition, this docket, it has shared sacrifice. It's temporary and it creates guardrails for both commercial owners and for residents like me and the thousands of members of Local 26. So we're here in full support, and we ask for your consideration of this docket for the residents and for the commercial base here in the City of Boston. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Good to see you. Next up, we have Johnny McGinnis from BTU.
Good morning, Chair Carlotta, and members of the Boston City Council. My name is Johnny McInnes. I am the political director for the Boston Teachers Union. I am also a resident of Boston. We represent over 7,000 active members and over 3,000 retired members. I bring your attention to the tax relief home rule petition. The Boston Teachers Union is in support of this as it would prevent increasing taxes for residents of the city of Boston where the families of students and many of our members live. A very essential group we represent that this would affect are our BTU retired educators who live on a fixed income. And with no increase to their COLA, it creates another financial hardship on them. We feel the effects of a housing crisis, affordable, because it's termed affordable and it's actually unaffordable is what I mean. And we'll get behind not having our members and families we serve personal property taxes raised. Seniors are a vital part of our community, so why would we create a financial obstacle that would cause them to be displaced? By not passing this home rule petition, we will see more families leave Boston with their children who are taught in schools by our members because of an increase to their tax rates. Also, by not passing this petition, it will add to an already exacerbated cost of housing and to renters. Housing insecurity continues to be one of the largest challenges facing the young people and parents our members serve every day. Mayor Wu's proposal is a pathway to allow our members, students, and families to stay in Boston and build and uplift their communities. Shifting the cost of taxes to corporate entities allows us to stop relying on our families solely to keep our city going, but the businesses that profit every day. We, as representatives of over 10,000 plus educators who serve tens of thousands of young Bostonians and families every day, stand in support of the mayor's initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Good to see you as well. Now we have William Chizon from AFSCME Council 93. William, you have the floor.
Thank you, Councilor. I'd like to read into record a letter from our Executive Director, Mark Bernard, from AFSCME Council 93, along with Chris Stockbridge, President of AFSCME Council 93, in support of the Mayor's petition. On behalf of the more than 2,000 AFSCME members who work and live in the city of Boston, we write to express our strong support for Mayor Michelle Wu's efforts to file and pass home rule legislation that seeks to protect Boston residents from a drastic increase in property taxes. As a union representing workers who are bound by residency requirements as a condition of employment, I can assure you that these workers are already struggling to meet the high cost of owning or renting homes in the city. While increases in property tax will undoubtedly be an impact on homeowners, any property tax increase will also ultimately impact renters when landlords pass the increase on to their tenants. Given that Boston is already one of the most expensive housing markets in the country, we urge the City Council to support any effort to keep increases in housing costs in check, especially for the people who are required to live in the city. As you know, the COVID-19 pandemic resulted in what appeared to be a permanent change in Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. work model. Many of the tens of thousands of people who shifted to work at home during the pandemic never returned to their former offices. Many others shifted to hybrid models and spent just 2 or 3 days in their offices. As a result, there has been and will most likely continue to be a decline in the commercial property values, as well as the corresponding decline in commercial property tax revenue. Under the present system, a significant decline in commercial property assessment will result in residential property owners paying higher taxes through a higher tax rate in order to maintain funding for the essential city services delivered by our members and other hardworking public sector workers. This proposed home rule petition would enable the city to lessen increase in residential property tax bills caused by declined commercial values by temporarily shifting more of the property tax levy onto owners of commercial and industrial properties. The proposal is revenue neutral and does not increase the total amount of revenue the city is able to collect through property taxes. Finally, it is important to note that we support this measure even though the union owns a 9-story office building on Beacon Hill, and as such, this proposal would have direct impact on our organization's finances. However, the personal finances of family budgets of our members are far more important to us than the leaders of this union. Therefore, we respectfully urge the City Council to support this effort. Thank you for consideration. Should you have any questions or would like to discuss the support of this initiative in greater detail, please feel free to call us at any time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Good to see you. So now we'll switch to my council colleagues for any questions they may have for any of the panelists in the last 3 panels. Reminder, you have 5 minutes each. And for the order, as a reminder, it's Council President Ruth Louis-Jean, Enrique Pepin, Henry Santana, Liz Braden, John Fitzgerald, Julie Mejia, Tanya Fernandez-Anderson, Ed Flynn, Aaron Murphy, Ben Weber, and Brian Worrell, and then myself. Council President Ruth Louis-Jean, you now have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Coletta, and thank you for shepherding us through this process. I want to thank all of the panelists who testified, especially everyone. I thought it was really helpful to hear from unions who recently purchased buildings and have commercial buildings in the city of Boston. That was really helpful also to hear your testimony. I think the chair also said, you know, this measure is really to help those who are house rich and cash poor. And, you know, while not an easy decision one way or the other, if we don't do anything, we'll see a significant increase on taxes for our residents in the city of Boston. So I have one question, and that's directed to Simone Crawford, who's at MAHA. Given that you are doing work centrally about making home ownership more possible for low-income families, for Black and Brown families, to make sure that we are doing everything we can to close the racial wealth gap, and you see sort of how difficult it can be for families even to get them to that finish line. Can you talk about what a tax increase would really, you know, what it would look like right now for families that you are helping and people that you are helping become homeowners, basically looking to the future? But if you can talk to us a little bit about, do they come to you already at the moment now with sort of concerns about, you know, how they're able to pay, you know, the cost of being a homeowner?
Thank you, President. Great question. And yes, we are seeing an influx of individuals, both in our classes, our first-time our homeowner classes, and just random calls on the phone, trying to figure out ways to really mitigate the increase in homeowners insurance rate in particular, and for large emergency repairs that they're facing now that due to their income, they're not able to fully realize. We have seen an increase in about 30% in insurance rate, homeowners rate across the board. To put things into perspective, a year before last and last year, we would have our homeowner classes with about 50 to 60 individuals in the class. We are seeing 200 and 250 individuals in each class each month, trying to maximize the insurance discounts that some insurance company within the state of Massachusetts offer if they take a homeowner class. So it just, I'm thinking that it would just exacerbate the crisis that homeowners are currently going through with the higher cost of maintaining their homes if we also levy exorbitant taxes at this point in time.
Thank you. Thank you, Simone, for that answer and all the work that you do at MAHA. Chair, I'm going to reserve any questions because I know we're on a tight timeline, so thank you.
Thank you for that. That was about 3 minutes. All right, next up we have Councilor Enrique Pepin.
Hey, Madam Chair, thank you so much for hosting this very important hearing, and thank you so much for all the public testimonies that have already been part of this conversation. It's been very informative for me to hear from not just residents and advocates, but also from our union leaders across the entire city. It's very thankful for that. Council President, you beat me to it. I was also going to ask Ms. Simone Crawford a question. So I'm going to ask my second question to any of the union leaders in this meeting at the moment. How would a tax increase affect the workforce of this city? Because I know that obviously if a tax increase were to happen for our homeowners and our tenants, that would be a burden for them. Do you foresee this affecting our workforce in our city? For any of you.
Well, on behalf of AFSCME, I definitely see this affecting not only our renters, because if the landlords are, if taxes are increased on landlords, that definitely has to be passed along to our members who live and breathe in this city. That's why we absolutely support this home rule petition, because they're already forced to live in the city because of their residency, and any added expenses is just going to diminish everything we've been working for to increase their pay throughout the years.
And Will, I believe Tom from SEIU mentioned that there's a 10-year minimum residency requirement. Is it similar to AFSCME as well?
Same thing with AFSCME, yes.
Okay. That's good to know. Thank you for that. I as well as Council President, also going to reserve. Oh, Tom, do you want to answer that as well?
Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Councilor. Just to answer your question from our perspective, I mean, it would reduce the disposable personal income, and certainly, and reduce consumption and buying power within the in the city of Boston. So we find that to be burdensome. If that answers your question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll add to that. I mean, it definitely affects our educators that are in the schools. It would add to pricing them out of Boston, looking for housing elsewhere. And as I mentioned earlier, the same thing for our families who are facing, homelessness and other, severe financial heartaches during this time. So that's why it's important for this to pass. Thank you.
Yeah, Jamie?
I mean, I'll just echo what everyone said. We don't represent workers that work for the city, but same effects for our membership and so many of the commercial owners. I mean, one of their biggest complaints is they can't find anybody who can live here, and so I don't understand why that isn't being considered as part of this equation. If housing is such an issue for the business community, I mean, this is a huge impact in terms of housing for Boston residents. So I see it on both sides as being an issue.
And if I may, Madam Chair, the last thing that I'll say is, as the counselor for District 5, I know the number of union members for each of your unions that live in my district alone, that do such great work for our city already. So I appreciate your input into this conversation, and it's good for me to know. So thank you so much. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Councilor Pepen. Next up, we have Councilor Henry Santana, and then Liz Burden.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for all the work that you've done to shepherd us through this process. I really appreciated all the public testimony. It was really helpful to hear from so many diverse groups. I don't have many questions, but I do have a few to Phil. Mr. Cohen, you mentioned the long-term benefits of home ownership for residents. How do you think the proposed property tax changes will impact the development of affordable and mixed income housing here in Boston, if I may?
Councilor Santana, that was for Phil from Boston Communities?
Correct.
Okay, Phil, are you still with us?
If he's on, if he's not, then.
He is, but he's still muted.
Okay, no worries.
Phil, you still with us? Okay, he's not responsive. So if he flags his mic again, I'll flag it for you. But
Thank you, Madam Chair. My next question was for Johnny, if he's on. about roughly 10% of BPS students are experiencing homelessness right now. Can you give us any insights that BTU can share on the impacts that increased residential taxes would have on BPS students and their families?
Yeah, the impact would be, we would definitely see more families move, which would mean they would move out of BPS. And as, you know, one of the, for those students that attend schools in Boston public schools, and have those families leave, and let alone the income and the revenue they create for the city of Boston, that will be more lost resources. And for those homeless families already, it does not create any remedy or help them in any way.
Great. Oh, thank you, Johnny. And Madam Chair, I just want to reinforce, I'm really concerned about our residential residents here and ensuring that our long-term residents and new people who want to be able to come here are able to stay here and thrive here in the city of Boston. So really appreciate the community feedback, the union feedback. And again, thank you, Madam Chair, for all the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Santana. Councilor Burden, Fitzgerald, and then Mejia, excuse me.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you to all the panelists this morning for taking the time to join this very important conversation. One focus, Johnny or Simone might be able to help me with this. We had a conversation with Sheila Dillon, the chief of the Mayor's Office of Housing, last week in a hearing, and she says that one of the biggest challenges we see right now is that we're in the middle of a tsunami of displacement for elders, folks who are retirees. Very often they've lived in naturally affordable rentals for maybe 20, 30, 40 years, and then the owners of those homes are elders themselves, and they're selling out, and these elders are being displaced. So I think if we don't address this tax increase to really target and support those naturally affordable rentals, we're going to see even more of a problem for families, young families, but also folks living on retirees on fixed income, and then so many of our workers who are working, lower paid workers in the city, but who are essential to the good working of the city. So Johnny or Simone or anyone else who wants to speak to this issue, I'd like to hear from you.
Thank you, Councillor. I can speak to it from a personal experience. Since I own my home in 2004, my rent has been consistently lower than the market rate. I do this work. I know the impact that it has on our family. One of my tenants has been in my home since 2007. They are, the elder pass and the younger generation is there, and they're a growing family. I can't imagine having to pass on and increase the rent on this family that has been very good, has done nothing wrong, and would have to really figure a way out to help to pay that cost. So if it's happening personally to me, I can just imagine what individuals that are on fixed income, that don't have any other source of income, how it would burden them as well. This is an issue that I think the mayor has carefully thought of and has tried to balance the impact. And someone just talked about income that is disposable, right? If I had to take the funds that I would now consider disposable and pay more taxes, then the local businesses that I support would also be impacted. So it really will have a significant impact across the board if we don't do what is proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Simone. Johnny?
Yeah, and I'll add to that, because as a homeowner myself, single income, I'm not retired yet, but I understand, if you are a homeowner and retiree, single income on a fixed income, how it affects you, because the cost of living has gone up, whether it be prescriptions, transportation, and just in general, your day-to-day lifestyle. You can't do anything extra on that fixed income, which of course if these taxes are raised, it's going to hurt them even more. They may have to, find other places to live, because it will definitely displace more of our members who serve the city of Boston. And how can we do that to people that serve the city of Boston in that way?
I don't know if my other council colleagues have this experience, but we're already getting calls from tenants who say that their landlords are increasing their rents significantly in anticipation of this change. So they're not those naturally affordable rentals, but there are some landlords who are seeing this as an opportunity to jack up the rents and take advantage of a situation, which is rather concerning. But we have to keep an eye on all of that. Thank you, Madam Chair. I cede the rest of my time if I have any left.
You do. It's about 30 seconds. Next up, we have Councilor Fitzgerald, and then Mejia, and then Tanya Fernandez-Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the panels for your testimony today. Look, no one wants to burden the residents, right, with more taxes. I think that's across the board. We can all agree on that for self-preservation and for who we represent. But I want to make sure I've got the rhetoric down here. It seems that everyone's talking like it's commercial versus residential, and it has to be one or the other. I just want to make sure we're all operating under the same terms, and please someone correct me if I'm misunderstanding this, but this isn't actually stopping an increase in residential, right? This is just spreading it out over the course of 4 years. So whatever this increase might be is still going to come, and it's just going to be spread out. And so my worry is for the folks that are saying this is going to displace us and wear it out, then we still have that concern for those folks. They'll probably be facing that in 2 years when it bumps up to, whatever this incremental step is to cover the residential portion of the taxes. So I worry about that still being a problem. This proposal not solving that issue, but also potentially at the same time doing irreparable harm to our commercial properties, which is our downtown and our small businesses. And so I just want to make sure I have that right, that this proposal sort of, I don't want to say kicks the can down the road, but it sort of just flattens out the impact, but the impact is still there. And I also want to bring to note that it seems that if it's commercial versus residential, that there's still the issue of it doesn't have to be or residential. What we should try and do is tighten the budget a little bit, look for alternative measures that to bring money into the city, whether that's non-essential taxing, non-essential goods or other streams of revenue. And that way we don't have to overdo the commercial, but we also don't have to lay it on the residential. So I think there is a way here to do both. Those are my concerns. So, again, I don't think anybody wants to put the tax on residential at all. And I don't think it has to be a this or that scenario, which it seems a lot of the rhetoric I'm hearing. And again, I just want to remind folks that this isn't a this or that. It's just this or this in a couple of years. And so I just want to, I think about the investments and the businesses that bring jobs, tax incentives, growth, and invest in our city here. I want to think about the small businesses, which are our residents and provide the unique services in each neighborhood that they're allowed to provide, and what it does to them. Because I know we're hearing from some small businesses as well in my office saying that this would hurt them. And so, to me, I don't know if I have a question to anyone in specific, and I'm sorry about that, but I just want to make sure we're all operating under that same understanding that this is just spread out over a couple of years. This isn't a save the residents, tax the commercial. This is well, you're going to have to pay that full amount anyway in not that long a period of time, and potentially doing irreparable harm to our downtown core and our neighborhood small businesses. And so, I would welcome any feedback. Again, this is just my understanding to any folks that could, I don't know if it's to Maha, to the unions, to whoever, who might have any reaction to that, because that's just how I'm reading it. And I don't want to oversimplify it, but I also I want to make sure I'm understanding it correct.
Thank you, Councillor. I appreciate that. And I am by no means an expert here. I am just going to try to respond to, what you've just stated. From a personal perspective, and I think the residents that I represent would think this way, if I have to pay $1,000 over 4 years, $200, $250 per year, it would soften the blow for me over paying $1,000 upfront in 1 year. I think it would give me an opportunity to plan for the future. Hopefully the city by then would have some way to mitigate me having to pay, more than I should at a later date. The thing is that this is not a new process. This is something that has worked in 2 separate occasions. So we have data to prove that this will help to mitigate what we're trying to solve for here. And I personally understand, and the people that we're representing, as much as we can educating them to say this is not to say your taxes will not increase, but that it will be more of a shared process where business will burden some of it. So it's not a us versus them situation that I understand.
And so
Councilor Fitzgerald, that's time, but you have.
Gotcha. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Councilor Mejia.
Good morning, friends. I'm happy to be amongst community activists and folks who are out in these streets. So happy to hear everyone who has chimed in so far. I think that for me, most of my questions are going to be for the second panel, because when I think about this work, this is my own lived experience. And it's so good to see you here. So, I am a first-time homeowner. My mom is able to live next door. My brother and I share the other side. And as a family, we were able to stabilize and stay here in the city of Boston because of that. And prior to that, I was, the place that I rented was from an elder who gave me a reduced amount so that my daughter and I could have a stable home. But she was only able to do that because she was able to afford that. And so I understand the financial impact that this can have on our residents. And I also think there's an opportunity for us to look at systemic changes that we need to do. While I appreciate, the whole conversation that I just heard Councilor Fitzgerald, like his whole narrative, which is what Boston is really good at, is pitting people against each other. Because having worked in the education space in 2016, it was either you're going to be for charter schools or you were for public schools, and you had to pick between one or the other. And that mentality doesn't get us anywhere, because the people who are mostly impacted are usually the ones that are not involved in these conversations, which is why I'm so happy to see so many union leaders and residents here engaged in something that is going to impact their lives. So I'm really happy to see this level of engagement. However, I would love to talk a little bit about a third way forward, which is where we usually get stuck because we just get so single-minded about here's the way. But we have pilot. We have a lot of hospitals and higher ed institutions that are not paying their fair share here in the city of Boston. They get a pass, and I think that as we continue to grapple with this, we have to start thinking about the long game here and how we hold Harvard, BU, Northeastern, all of these other folks accountable to doing their part. And I think that this conversation could lead us into that direction in which we're looking at alternatives, that it doesn't pit one group against the other. And I think that that should be a part of the conversation. And most of my questions will come to the other panels, because I'm with you all here. I know who you are. I know who you fight for, and I fight alongside you for those folks. So my questions are not with y'all. My questions are with other folks who got that money, who can help us understand and figure this out. So I'll reserve my time for those folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. And just as a reminder for folks who might have come late, we do have 2 more panels, which include real estate interests and also the Boston Municipal Research Bureau, and then the administration panel is also going to be here. I will just note separately that Councilor Mejia, you bring up a good point about pilot. That's something that I have also looked into. I know Councilor Braden has been doing excellent work on this. Council President Ruthie-Louisian, there's been so many hands when it comes to pilot. We looked into this with the administration. We can ask them about what that progress looks like on their end. And then also I am hearing both from Council Mejia and Councilor Fitzgerald about looking at a yes and option rather than an either or. And so we've been looking at carve outs for small businesses. And so that's just a preview into some of my questioning for the administration. I'm really excited about that potential idea and would love to have participation from my colleagues. I know it's going to be a long day, but I would really love your thoughts on that when it is presented. Okay, we will go to Councilor Fernandez Anderson, Councilor Ed Flynn, and then Councilor Erin Murphy.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Similar to Council Mejia, my questions are for the panelists, but I'd like to thank everyone here, union members and presidents, and Maha, and other folks who are here testifying or part of our panel. Like Councilor Fitzgerald, I do see his points. However, we do have best practices to reference here, where in 2004, it was actually efficiently implemented. So I want to get into the conversation. I think the concern is on both sides, certainly in terms of when we're talking about displacement, the fact that, small business, and I too have received a lot of emails requesting that, I not support this because a small business concern. But when we're talking about displacement, we know that small business in general employs the most people of color. And so if we're displacing small businesses, then we're also displacing people residentially. So though, of course, and so I share Jamie's point about, looking at both sides and properly understanding this thing and balancing it out. But I do share Councilor Fitzgerald's point about sort of the step down gradual implementation and looking at, or at least transparently and properly communicating to the community. I'll have a lot of concerns or questions about community implementation or engagement in just ensuring that the public is coming along with us and understanding exactly step by step how we plan on doing this responsibly. So looking forward to the conversation, more questions before I can actually obviously voice a position on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilor Ed Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the work you're doing, Madam Chair, and thank you for the panel that is also testifying as well. I represent, many of you know that I represent the area in downtown Boston, also Back Bay, the South End, where a lot of these, the South Boston waterfront, where a lot of these businesses are. Property owners have reached out to me and are concerned about the plan. And, I am somewhat concerned about the us versus them discussion that is taking place. I'd rather us work together and understand, but also respect the role the business community does play in our city. They contribute heavily to the city of Boston through taxes. They also support a lot of nonprofits as well. They're struggling right now, especially in my district, as I mentioned, the South Boston waterfront, downtown Boston. And my goal was really to get them back to work consistently 5 days a week and get the city back to work consistently 5 days a week. So I just want us to also think about the important contributions that businesses have played in our city. And many of these business leaders have been here supporting the city during good times and difficult times in our city. But I don't want us to forget the fact that they are also our neighbors. They also hire many of our neighbors and residents as well. So I think there has to be a balance. I think their views have to be heard and respected as well. Maybe my question will go to Phil, if I may, Madam Chair. if taxes are raised on businesses in the downtown area in the South Boston waterfront, what impact will it have on cities' finances? And have we thought about the impact it would also have on nonprofits that are supported by many businesses as well? Are we also factoring those issues in during this debate? And just want to just ask Bill or whoever else would be interested in answering it.
Councilor Flynn, I don't know if we have Phil on anymore. I would say, though, this could also be a question that's asked of the administration when they come on. Although, if anybody wants to answer that, the floor is open. Okay. Seeing and hearing nobody's stepping in, Flynn, would you be okay asking that from the administration? And we can also submit it formally to Phil to answer if you'd like.
That's a great idea. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for giving me the time to ask the question and to give a couple of comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Okay, we have Councilor Erin Murphy, and then Weber and Morrell. Councilor Murphy, are you still with us? I think she might have had to drop. We'll circle back to her. We'll go to Councilor Weber and then Morrell.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to everyone for showing up today and for your testimony. I just, we heard from Erin Ashley Bailey from my district in Jamaica Plain. I don't think she's on anymore. If she is, she can answer. But I guess Simone Crawford, you might be able to answer my question. Is for like a small landlord, somebody who owns a couple apartments, maybe they're an owner occupier, what is the impact on that person if we don't take any action? And, the rates as expected for residential real estate taxpayers goes up, let's say 17%. In a year. Do you know what impact that would have on a small-time landlord and on their tenants?
My projection or summation is that it would force those landlords to pass on the cost to their tenants. It would most likely or could potentially dislocate a lot of our tenants that are on fixed income, especially seniors or single income tenants. It could remove a lot of the naturally occurring low income rental housing that is in the city that landlords, owner occupied landlords are promoting right now, including myself. I cannot, even in the position that I'm in today, I cannot imagine absorbing a 17% tax increase atop of my increase in cost to keep my rental property in livable conditions and the cost to, mitigating the cost of homeowners insurance and anything else that comes down the pike. So I can't imagine it not being a negative impact. I also do understand that the burden has to be shared, and so there will be some impact there. I just can't see it not having a negative impact on our residents.
Do you know, if there's a year-long lease, is it that simple that a small landlord could just raise the rents for the tenants? Yeah, okay. But would have to wait to the end of the lease, or could they do it in the middle?
It depends. Most owner-occupied landlords have month-to-month lease, because even if a tenant signed their lease at the beginning of the process, most times it's not renewed on an annual basis. It just becomes a month-to-month lease after that first lease run out. So a significant amount of owner-occupied landlord has the potential to raise the rent at any point in time after that first year.
Yeah, that's yeah. If you're paying rent monthly, generally you're just at the end of every month you have a new lease for the next month. So yeah, no, I agree with that. I think we have a lot of panelists left to go, so I'm just gonna in the name of efficiency, I'll thank you for the answer, Robert. I'll back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Weber. I see Councilor Murphy has joined us again. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. And thank you for this panel. I have a few questions that haven't already been asked. And I'm also just afraid that we're going to be giving false hope. Like, what is the plan B we have? Are there other tax measures that we can lean on? And I know it was mentioned about pilot, but other options. And my concern is if it passes here on the council, what if it doesn't pass up at the State House? We're going to be back in the same situation. So I do think we have to look at all of the other options that we could wade through, so we're not then put in a time crunch if it comes back from the State House not passing. And are we looking to reduce spending? I know that this upcoming budget has increased spending by 8%. I know we're leaning on pilot and others. And also my concern about the commercial property tax, it's all businesses. So we have these small coffee shops that we're supporting. We have legacy businesses that we're trying to give grants to stay open. And it's not just these big corporations or these big downtown buildings that I know, like the narrative that it's, these very wealthy companies that can take this hit or hold off longer. But the reality is many of our small businesses that employ so many of our residents. So it's a cycle of keeping them financially healthy and open so that they can employ the residents and provide a service to the city. So those are the concerns I have. And I'm not sure if anyone on this panel wants to address those. I know that in the next couple panels, those might be answered, but want to get those on the record.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. The floor is open to folks, but it doesn't seem like anybody is, or excuse me, Tom, you've unmuted. Would you like to answer?
Sure. Councilor, if I may, from my perspective, higher taxes are higher taxes, and it's impactful to, the mom and pop establishments as well as our members. And, higher taxes lead to lower employment. And, as I'm not speaking for the rest of the union leaders on this, on the Zoom call, but, it's our job to make these positions to provide services for the constituents and residents of Boston as attractive and secure as possible. And, we support this legislation that the mayor is putting forth, so our members do not get priced out. And
you have members that have residency, so I do agree. I know if, Johnny, if I could ask you a direct question, when you were talking about the concern, were you only talking about families who are enrolled in BPS, or were you talking about the teachers in the union?
I was talking about both, the families and the educators in the union.
Because the educators don't have a residency requirement. That we
okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, well, I wasn't referring to the residency requirement. Thanks for clarifying. I might have misspoke there. Apologize.
No, that's fine. I just was wondering, because I know that we do have like city workers, municipal workers. I know some personally that do live in cars, and I don't, as a teacher, I don't know any teacher that has those financial constraints. I'm not saying that they're all in a good position, and any raise in taxes will affect everyone. I agree, but just wondering if you're referring to the families, thank you for advocating for them, because it's important that you're supporting them also.
I will say that I have had to advocate for paraprofessionals that have been homeless, and find resources, and city councils have been helpful when I called their office trying to find resources for them.
No, definitely, paraprofessionals aren't paid. as well as teachers for obviously many reasons, but yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. I also just encourage those questions to be asked of the administration so we can hear directly from them too. Okay, next up we have Councilor Warren.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the panel and everyone who came to testify today. Affordability is one of my biggest concerns. Out on the council, we have put money towards down payment assistance, home ownership vouchers, just to make sure that we're helping our residents, make Boston an affordable place. I guess what I hear a lot right now, even to this day, when I go visit my senior centers, is taxes continue to be a problem, and the increases that they're experiencing right now is something that they're struggling with. But I do believe that this tax measure, this tax classification, does smooth it over for the next 5 years. But what my real concern is like what happens in year 6, 7, and 8 once that tax classification has been lifted. And I guess this is like a question for the administration to see if they have done any forecasting on this, so that we kind of know what to really give the real image to our constituents and our residents on what happens once this is lifted. So that's the question for the administration. And I do agree with some of my other colleagues when they mentioned we have to start thinking about other revenues. Like I really do believe that this tax classification needs to be paired with something else, because it's really a revenue question that we're really trying to solve for. So looking forward to the next administration, and also just want to echo the concerns that everyone, when we think about commercial, it's about maybe the downtown and the big skyscrapers, but this will also hit our mom and pops, our business districts, our common squares, our Mattapan squares, and our Grove Hall squares, and protecting those businesses is something that I'm concerned about as well. So just looking forward to the continued conversation and to the next panel, but just want to put out there like what happens in year 6, 7, and 8 in this scenario, and like what are the other revenue generating tools that we're looking to implement here in the city of Boston. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Warwell. Thank you so much for our panelists and public testimony participants. I don't have any questions for you. That's the benefits of going last, but just want to express gratitude for your time and commitment to ensuring Boston remains affordable and livable for everybody. I will just call it the fact that, young homeowners, I hear from them all the time. They are, especially millennials, they are burdened with more student loan debt than generations before them. Car payments, just the general cost of living. And so I feel like we are trying our best to expand homeownership for millennials and Gen Z, and increase in property tax is just another hurdle in my opinion. And I just want folks to know that I hear you, and I understand that this could have sweeping implications to city workers and teachers and firefighters and public servants and other working people in the city of Boston, especially renters who make up 2/3 of Boston's population. So just thank you all so much. You all are excused, you can stay on, but I'm sure that central staff will move you from participant to attendee. Now, if it's okay, I'll signal to central staff to move our next two panels over. So we have Marty Walls from the Boston Municipal Research Bureau, the interim president. We have Matthew Osborne, who's the executive vice president and chief credit officer from Eastern Bank. We also have Daniel Swift, who's the principal of Property Tax Massachusetts, Ryan LLC. And we also have Meg Mainzer Cohen, president and executive director of the Back Bay Association. We also invited Tamara Small from NIOP, who could not make it, as well as Jim Rooney from the Boston Chamber of Commerce, who could not make it, but they did submit written testimony for councilors to review, and that is available within the file that Megan Kavanaugh had sent earlier today. And while and the administration as well too. So we have Ashley Grafenberger, CFO of the City of Boston. We also have Nicholas Arianello, Commissioner of Assessing of the City of Boston. And while folks settle in, I just would like to read a letter of absence from Boston City Councilor Sharon Durkin of District 8, which reads, "Good morning, Chair Coletta Zapata. I wanted to extend my regret for my absence from this morning's hearing. The economic situation we find ourselves in right now requires a responsible city response to protect residents of Boston, and the mayor's property tax classification proposal is meaningful enough to protect residents from financial burdens, but reasoned enough to support our commercial landscape. The fact that the City of Boston successfully temporarily implemented this tax classification change nearly 2 decades ago is a testament to the need to have this as a tool in our toolbox to protect residents from a potential spike in taxes. I plan to support this proposal. Sincerely, Sharon Durkin, Boston City Councilor, District 8. So with that, I would love to have Marty Walls start, and then we can go to Matthew, Daniel, and then Meg. Marty, you now have the floor. Thank you so much for joining us.
Great to be with you. For those who don't know me, my name is Marty Walls. I'm the interim president of the Boston Municipal Research Bureau. When I testified at the prior hearing, we had not yet published our analysis of the tax classification proposal. I hope you have seen that report that analyzes the proposal as well as suggests alternatives to the home rule petition that we hope the City Council will consider. So the question at hand, to sort of put a fine point on it, is whether businesses should take on some or all of the financial burden that may be caused by a potential increase in residential property taxes. So as you seek to answer that question, there's 2 topics that I want to cover today. The first is potential changes to the home rule petition itself. And then the second topic I want to cover are alternatives to the home rule petition. So in terms of potential changes to the mayor's proposal, our report set forth a likely scenario that we analyzed for the coming year, which was a 10% reduction in commercial values and a 5% growth in residential values, and assuming $60 million of new growth. So I want to use those same assumptions today because we've done some additional analysis that I want to share.
Marty, real quick, I'm so sorry. I just want to follow you. 10% reduction in commercial values and 5% in residential, increase in residential.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, exactly. So 10% down, 5% up was the assumptions that we used in our report and that we used again when doing additional analysis, so that we wanted to hold the assumptions steady. And as we're thinking about it, I think it's important to note what the mayor's trying to do. She's trying to avoid a steep increase in residential property taxes in the coming year. And as she puts it, she wants next year to look like the past few years. So it's predictable for homeowners and there's not a big spike or big shock to the system. So as we think about that, it's important to note that residential property taxes have increased about 9% a year for the past few years. So we model what would happen under the tax classification proposal if residential taxes go up at that same 9% next year. Again, keeping these same assumptions about...
Anyone else losing?
I'm sorry, Councillor, you had a... Okay.
I don't know if it's my problem on my end, but you seem to be cutting in and out. Marty?
Oh, okay.
Chair,
all right. I hope if I need to, I'll turn my camera off if that's causing any unstable internet. So what we did is we modeled what would happen if taxes go up at the same rate next year as they've been going up over the last few years, thereby achieving the mayor's goal that next year looks a lot like this year. What that would mean is that the shift would only need to go from 175%, where it is today, to 185%. So if we're trying to model next year is like past years, you could cap the increase at 185%. Now, to be sure, that's still a hefty increase in commercial taxes. But I think as we're trying to add facts and data to the analysis, we should acknowledge that that would achieve the mayor's goal of a residential tax increase that's predictable and familiar to homeowners. We also looked at what would happen if the increase in residential property taxes next year is just a little bit higher than what we've seen over the past few years. So we modeled that as well. And if we, for example, have residential taxes going up just a little bit more, say 10.9%, rather than the 9%, the burden on commercial owners and their tenants would require a shift from 175%, where it is today, to 182.5. So again, a meaningful increase in commercial taxes, but it goes back to this idea of what is it we're trying to achieve here, which is some predictability in smoothing out the increase for residential homeowners. So we can model different impacts. And then the third way to think about this home rule petition is going back to what happened in 2004 when we did this the last time. So back in 2004, once the law was changed, residential taxes went up, the average for the average single family homeowner, the taxes went up 13.8%. So that's a hefty increase for sure. But that was a big victory in 2004. So as we think back to the lessons learned 20 years ago, it's important to consider what we thought back in 2004, we collectively thought was a big win. So as you consider some potential changes to this home rule petition, it's looking at, do we need to go all the way to 200%? So the Research Bureau is not endorsing the idea of capping the increase at something much less than 200%. But we at least wanted to add our analysis that there's a path here that has that more of the shared sacrifice that I think we've been talking about. So the second thing I wanted to cover in our testimony are some of the alternatives to the home rule petition that the Research Bureau has looked at. So the first thing I wanted to talk about are changes to the home rule petition, but I do think there are quite a number of alternatives that we should be thinking about where we don't have to do this tax classification proposal at all. And there's a lot of ideas that we have in our report. But before I dive into those, I think it bears repeating what's been alluded to by some of the other people testifying, that this is not just about downtown, and this is not just about the owners of commercial office buildings. This is every commercial property in the city and nearly every tenant in those commercial properties. Because the way commercial leases operate is the commercial owners will pass the costs on to their tenants in nearly all leases. So this is a cost increase to operate in the city for restaurants, retail shops, nail salons, barber shops, convenience stores, and any nonprofit organization that's in a tenant in a commercial building. So this is going to have an impact on every small business, large business, every commercial property, whether it's in East Boston, Hyde Park, Allston, Brighton, and everywhere in between. So the narrative of this has been so much about downtown office buildings. So I think it's just incredibly important that we acknowledge this is Roslindale Square. This is West Broadway and East Broadway in South Boston. This is across the city, which is why at the Research Bureau we've identified strategies so we don't have to do this tax classification proposal and have all of its negative consequences. So some of what we've proposed are some near-term ideas. Some are some longer-term revenue diversification ideas. So they're all identified in our report, but we actually have one more as we've been continuing to work on this since our report came out. As noted in our report, the city has about $1 billion in reserves. And we think the city could use a modest portion of those reserves in the coming years to set up a fund, almost like a circuit breaker fund, for homeowners below a certain income amount who are struggling to afford the increase in their property taxes. We know a significant increase in residential taxes creates a burden on many homeowners. We need to acknowledge that. We've heard that testimony today. So this idea is consistent with what the mayor's been trying to do, which is provide some short-term relief so that the increase is spread out over time. So by using some of our reserves or rainy day fund, we can provide that near-term relief so that homeowners can spread out the increase over time, adjust their budgets. Now, this is not a permanent solution to use reserves, but as we've heard, the home rule petition is not a permanent solution either. You know, Councilor Fitzgerald, I think, is 100% correct when he talked about the costs are going to go up. Residential taxes are going up. The home rule petition slows the pace at which that occurs, but it is going to happen. And so this idea of using a fund provides that relief to homeowners. Again, you'd probably put an income restriction on it so that it's really targeted at those who are going to struggle to pay. But it provides that short-term relief without so many of the negative consequences that the tax classification proposal would have on commercial owners and their tenants. So we think there's some idea here is that we can really flesh out that achieves the goal that the tax classification proposal is trying to achieve, but doesn't have the negative consequences. And the last thing I want to say, and then I will wrap up, is there's been some rhetoric that people are proposing deep budget cuts as a way to solve this problem. And I just want to say on behalf of the Research Bureau, our report is not calling for deep budget cuts. We have called for looking at slowing the rate of spending increases. So slowing the rate of increase, say from 8% to 5%, is not cutting the budget. We aren't going to be able to cut our way out of this. But what we can do is show restraint in the pace at which the budget is increasing. And that's where we think there's opportunity to focus. An 8% increase is substantial. We still can have an increase in spending, but it doesn't have to be at the 8% pace. So I want to make sure that we're talking accurately about what we're proposing and what other groups are proposing, move away from some of the political rhetoric about budget cuts being the solution here, when what we're focusing on is slowing the rate at which spending is increasing. So thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any follow-up questions after others on the panel also have the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much, Marty, for your work as interim president, and then those at the Boston Municipal Research Bureau. We very much appreciate it. And I will ask that you stick around in the event that folks have questions for you. Next up, we'll go to Matthew Osborne, who's the Executive Vice President and Chief Credit Officer from Eastern Bank.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. And I also appreciate what everyone has shared this morning. I certainly understand that, the impact of higher taxes, what that can have on everyone, and why, every effort is being made to, limit those on the residents. As mentioned, I'm a bank credit officer with Eastern Bank, and I just wanted to share with everyone what we are seeing with commercial properties and businesses in Boston, and just share a perspective of how an increasing tax burden on those sectors will add headwinds to the city. We've all benefited from everything the city has to offer, and certainly care very deeply about its future vitality. Following the pandemic, our work patterns, they have changed permanently. I hear it from businesses every day. We have lots of metrics out there that track this, but put those aside, we see it every day with the lower foot traffic in the city, the lower office workers that are coming in, and it's not here to change. It's not going to change. These work patterns have changed permanently. It's not a cycle. This is a paradigm shift, certainly for the foreseeable future. And that makes this market disruption very different from the tech crash that we saw in the early 2000s, around 2001, and the great financial crisis of 2008. You know, Boston bounced back quite strongly from those events and quickly. But with the change in work patterns, it's highly unlikely we're going to see that bounce back this time without some structural changes and property use changes to some of these properties. What we're seeing factually is that when office leases expire, tenants are downsizing from 30 to 40 to 50% of their space or leaving entirely. This drives some struggles with street-level retail tenants with less customers, less workers in the city, and some of them end up having to close. Leasing activity across the city is at a 10-year low. There's lots of market reports out there that demonstrate that, you know, vacancy rates, which have been in the single digits during the best of times, have risen to, you know, the mid 23% range. And these are the highest on record. Given that leases are still expiring, we have a ways to go on this. It's reasonable to think that the vacancy rates are going to continue to increase from here. The pressure points that are coming together on all of our downtown businesses and properties is that we have higher vacancy, there were lower rents, higher expenses, and certainly higher costs of capital, with rates being higher today than they were a few years ago. So the pressure points on all of our commercial and business owners are coming from all directions. And, you know, obviously putting more of the tax burden on these businesses and properties just increases the headwinds even further. The result of this is that we are seeing buildings that are selling for 40 to 60% less than they would have sold for prior to the pandemic. It's just a tremendous destruction in value. They're trading at these lower levels because property owners simply do not see a path to recovery to pre-pandemic levels. Right now, it's very hard for business owners to project how these properties will perform. You add on to that higher real estate taxes, and it certainly adds to the list of items that brings the financial feasibility happening. It leads to less capital going into these buildings because they're fearful of putting good money after bad. And with the reluctance of them to invest into these properties, it continues the cycle of increasing vacancy and deteriorating assets. And when you combine all of these factors together, it's really a recipe to have a lot of buildings that are vacant that drag down all different areas of our cities. I think it's critically important that we have a vibrant downtown area, vibrant areas in all parts of the city that brings businesses in and increases employment opportunities for all of us. This is a very difficult issue, obviously. We want to protect the residents and we want to have vibrant downtown areas throughout the city. But unfortunately, work patterns have permanently changed. You know, this is a paradigm shift, and I don't think we're going to see the bounce back that we saw after 2008. So while this proposal is viewed as temporary, it's based in part on its past use and past success. But we have a larger systemic issue this time. The rules of the game have changed. Suggesting the bounce back will not be as strong as it may have been in the past. This may not be a temporary challenge, and it's going to require different strategies. And I think the challenge that this is bringing forward, and it's been mentioned a few times already this morning, is the concept that the city has a heavy reliance on real estate taxes as a revenue source. And this is just highlighting the need to, you know, consider diversifying that reliance and seeking alternative revenue sources so that the burden of this issue is not just on the shoulders of the residential and commercial property owners. You know, because ultimately at the end of the day, we're all in this together and need to find other solutions out there. Thank you very much. I'll certainly be available for questions if anyone has any.
Thank you very much for being here, Mr. Osborne. I appreciate it. Next, we'll go to Mr. Daniel Swift. If you can introduce yourself, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. I appreciate very much this discussion and the opportunity to present on this issue today. My name is Dan Swift. I'm a principal at Ryan LLC. We are a global tax consulting firm. My practice is specifically focused on property tax matters here in Boston and New England. I respect and understand the concern over residential taxes. However, this proposal will only worsen the issue it seeks to solve. The underlying problem here is a decline in commercial assessed value, and this tax shift or additional tax shift will only further that decline and result in far greater burden on the residential class. The fundamental issue here is that the further the decline of commercial assessment, the further the increase in residential tax burden. By increasing the levy responsibility of the commercial class from 175% to 200%, which this bill proposes to do, the commercial tax rate will spike, which will directly decrease the assessed value for the commercial class by billions of dollars. That's by the city's own assessment methodology as required by the courts. The higher the commercial tax rate, the lower the commercial assessments. The decline in commercial real estate is not a short-term problem. Boston's had 6 straight quarters of negative absorption, meaning that more space is becoming vacant each quarter than being absorbed or leased. There's approximately 17 million square feet of available office space in the market in Boston and over 5 million square feet of available lab space. Commercial sale transactions continue to be lower than the previous, with banks unwilling to lend on many of these transactions due to the future concern. If there was any hope of a recovery within 4 years, properties would be selling for far, far greater than what they are. Instead, they are selling for fractions of what they transacted for just 2 and 3 years ago. This measure will only lower those transactional values, as the higher costs resulting from increased taxes will lead to lower market values, and it will impede efforts to retain and attract businesses to the millions of vacant square feet in the city. It will negatively impact current businesses across the city in every neighborhood, regardless of size. It will result in a much lower allocation of commercial value, and as a result, a much higher allocation of residential tax. In closing, I would just add that this is a very complex issue that deserves careful consideration to avoid exacerbating what is a systemic problem. I look forward to answering any questions today, but also will make myself available to the committee and council members at any future time as alternative solutions are studied and discussed. That's the end of my prepared statement. I think I've got a few minutes left, and I'd just quickly like to touch on a few things that have come up today. The average single-family tax bill in Boston, after taking consideration the residential exemption, is approximately $2,500. So this 17% increase, which from my perspective is on the more aggressive side, would be just over $400 per year for the year, or just over $30 per month. I'm not saying that's a lot or a little, but I just want to clarify. I've heard $1,000. I think at one point I heard $1,000 and a quarter. I'd be happy to dig into those calculations and make sure that there's a firm understanding of what this is, what this represents, and based on the current residential tax of $2,500, we're talking about a much smaller amount than what's been discussed today. And then just quickly on the 2004 shift, that was passed to temper residential value growth. It was not to offset commercial value decline. This proposal is to increase commercial tax to offset commercial decline. A very different situation than 2004. So I just wanted to clarify that. And again, I am available to dig into 2004 as well as everything else with anyone at any point in time. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll give back my time.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I apologize that I missed this. So just to clarify, so that was for the you can repeat that. That was for single family?
The average single family home.
Okay. And it would come out to how many dollars per year?
The average single family tax after considering the residential exemption is just over $2,500 for fiscal 24, according to the city's budget documents. So a 17% increase of $2,500 is just over $400. And again, I think 17% is on the aggressive side. I'm not saying it wouldn't be 17%, but I think that's on the higher side. So what we're talking about is somewhere in that $300, $400 increase on average.
Okay. Have you done any estimations for two family, triple deckers, multi-unit buildings?
I have looked at apartments. I don't have that at my fingertips just because I wasn't prepared to talk about it. I just kept hearing $1,000, which wasn't feeling correct to me. So I looked that up, but I'd be happy to get into the details and the weeds on all those various asset classes, property types.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I appreciate that that portion of data, that piece of data. And then if we can at some point receive those, that would be helpful, at least for me in the conversation. So I appreciate your time. Again, thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure.
Okay, next up we have Meg Mainzer Cohen, who is the president and executive director of the Back Bay Association. Meg, you have the floor. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Councilor Coletta. I'm here representing the Back Bay Association, and it is a privilege to speak before you today. I do want to thank the City of Boston for all the work that they are doing to tackle this issue, and also the City Council for the thoughtful way that you are meeting with all of us and looking at these issues. Currently, the Back Bay, the business portion only of the Back Bay, is paying about $315 million of commercial taxes per year. People say, wow, Back Bay, it's all a bunch of big property owners, no big deal, they can handle it. When we look at our stats of the 525 parcel IDs that are part of the commercial area, 393 of them are considered small property owners. What we know about small property owners is, especially when it comes to Class B commercial properties or C, they're really struggling right now to find tenants. Where the commercial market is so weak, people are looking for what's new, the brand new shiny commercial properties, Class A property space that's coming online. And some of the smaller property owners are really struggling right now. There are areas of the Back Bay that are doing very well, and I would say Newbury Street is a great example of that. So what's going to happen with Newbury Street is the property values are this next year probably going to be either flat or go up. So where people are looking at 17% increases, Newbury Street is going to be hit enormously. What will happen is that the actual tax itself will be passed along to the tenants. It's sort of like a trickle-down economics, but it actually really will trickle down. And then when we think about our commercial districts, and I understand that one of the, say, positives about what's happening to downtown is that people are working from home and they are living in Boston neighborhoods. And so the commercial properties in all of our neighborhoods, all the retail stores, they have a very, very low vacancy rate. So this is going to actually impact all of our neighborhoods. This is not resident versus commercial. This is really all of us who live and work in the city will be impacted by this. And what we know is that it used to be people came to Boston, period. Now there are other areas right in our adjacent towns like Dedham or Chestnut Hill and that share a lot of the same retail brands. But the cost of an additional tax like this actually can't be like priced into the Back Bay hamburger versus the Chestnut Hill hamburger versus the Dedham hamburger. It's all absorbed at the bottom line by the business itself. It's reducing the profit margin, and every business obviously has to have a profit margin that then is part of creating a larger business enterprise or success for the bottom line. Our neighborhood and the service industry is probably the largest employer of City of Boston residents. You know, I am quoted in the paper as talking about one entertainment entity that has also says food associated with it. That would mean an additional $100,000 for an enterprise that has other branches in other cities. It is a challenge that we are asking this depressed, challenged sector to absorb so much of what is happening. And it's like the hottest market, the residential market, is depending on the coldest market, the commercial property owners, to sort of carry the load. I just do think that we have to do a very deep dive in understanding how this is going to work. I really do think that this is a collaborative opportunity where it's not large businesses versus small or resident versus commercial. It really is figuring out, trying to forge solutions collaboratively. And we pledge our support of that from the Back Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg. It's good to see you. Thank you for being here. Okay, we have the administration panel. We have Ashley Grafenberger, who is the Chief Financial Officer of the City of Boston. And we have Nicholas Arianello, the Commissioner of Assessing. The floor is yours to provide responses, comments, thoughts, suggestions, or a presentation or if you'd rather just dive into questions from counselors, we can do that.
Thank you, Chair. Ashley Grafenberger, Chief Financial Officer. We've heard from a lot of people today, so I have a few opening comments prepared, a couple of things, but I'm sure a lot of the meat will come in the form of your questions. So thanks so much for having us back here. We were here on April 16th to first present this proposal, and we're thrilled to be back to have deeper discussion and answer questions and touch on some of the concerns that have come up in the several weeks since we've been here last. The home rule petition before you today is a revenue-neutral, time-limited measure that allows the city to opt in to a 5-year schedule where the maximum commercial factor can temporarily increase above the current level of 175%, up to 200% in the first year, and then gradually step down over 5 years before returning to the current levels. At its core, this measure is about stability and residential tax relief. This is a proactive, precautionary measure that will give the city a critical tool to use in the event that commercial values drop significantly, resulting in a stark and immediate increase in residential taxes in fiscal 25. Most importantly, it puts all taxpayers, businesses, and residents on a glide path to a new normal. If commercial values in the city of Boston decline, residential taxes will go up. This proposal doesn't change that. What this proposal is asking for is time. We are asking to give the residents of Boston time to adjust to a new normal in which commercial property contributes less to the city's tax base than it does today. We are asking for partnership and slowing down the pace of this transition, not to permanently prevent it from happening. And as a critical reminder, nothing about this proposal, this home rule petition, changes the powers of the mayor and the city council in actually setting the classification rate each year. I just want to say a couple of things about some of the concerns, questions, alternatives that have been raised in some of the panels. First, the city's budget. The fiscal 25 budget proposed by the mayor in April is balanced as it is required to be. Every dollar of expenditure growth is matched by expected revenue growth, and it relies on a mix of revenue, including but not limited to property taxes. We believe that the revenue to support the expenditure, we have the revenue to support the expenditure growth assumed in the fiscal 25 budget. And if the expenditure growth was less than 8%, if it was 5%, the proposal today would not change. It does not impact the amount of revenue included in the city's budget, nor does a slower pace of revenue change the dynamic that would happen on property tax. Spending alone does not impact the property tax formula. Property tax is based on values and tax levy. And the only way to impact property tax rates through a reduction or a slower pace in spending is to not take the fully allowable tax levy, which is something the city has never done since Prop 2.5 has been in effect since the early 1980s. To achieve the residential tax rates that are included in the Boston Municipal Research Bureau report, the city would need to forego nearly $400 million of property tax levy next year. The impact of this is twofold. This would, first of all, severely impact the services provided by the city, and not taking the full levy means we would functionally lose that revenue forever going forward, and is a factor cited by Moody's that could lead to a credit downgrade for the city. For the use of reserves, the city, as previously noted, has $1 billion in what is called unassigned fund balance, but only half of that is available to be expended. And that is what some have, if you've been paying attention to the budget hearings, is what we call free cash. In order to achieve the same level of residential tax relief that we could see with classification, we could easily wipe out the entire amount of spendable reserves that we have, leaving the city with no resources available to deal with extraordinary events or other unforeseen circumstances. And lastly, I just want to talk a little bit about revenue volatility and the overall revenue mix of the city. As many of you know, we in the city have no ability to forge our own destiny when it comes to taxes. We rely heavily on the state for approval. That's why we're here today, right? We need to pass something here at the city that we can get approval from the state on. That being said, property tax is an incredibly stable source of revenue. The reason we are here is not because we are worried about collecting property tax, but we're worried about who's going to pay that revenue. And if left unchanged, a drop in commercial values will result in residential taxes going up. I cited this earlier, but on May 16th, Moody's reaffirmed its rating of Boston as a AAA stable rated municipality, a rating that we have earned for the last decade. In that report, Moody's cites the city's high reliance on property tax revenue and its strong fiscal management as a credit positive that will allow us to manage through challenging financial times and further continue to earn our AAA rating. Our AAA rating matters because it dramatically decreases our borrowing costs, which means we can stretch our dollars further and provide more essential services to our constituents. A lowered rating means that more of our budget will have to be spent on paying back interest to our lenders rather than on critical city services. I think that's all I have prepared. So we thank you again for having us here today and look forward to your questions and further discussion.
Thank you, Chief Grafenberger. Commissioner Arianello, do you have any prepared remarks that you'd like to share?
Thank you so much, Councillor, and really appreciate the conversation around this. I know that, no one really likes talking about property taxes, which I know very clearly because my job all day, every day is to talk about them. So, I can understand and appreciate why the broader conversation becomes a little challenging, and there are lots of opinions about it. I just wanted to highlight some points that Marty Walls made and some information that is in the Boston Municipal Research Bureau report that they put out. One of the suggestions that Ms. Walls mentioned today, which I thought was a good one, is she brought up the fact that the shift does not need to go up to 200%. And the beauty of the legislation that we put forward is that no changes need to be made to that legislation, and the shift is entirely controlled by what the city council and the mayor decide to do when we actually set tax rates later on this year. And so we have that flexibility to pick a lower number. And so today she presented some options using their scenario about what they think will happen to values, and she presented some alternative levels that we could shift to. We would have all of those options, and we would be able to figure out what that right balance point is, which I think leads a lot into what people have brought up today, which is this concept of shared sacrifice and how we shouldn't be pitting one group against another, and we're really trying to find a balanced solution. Our proposal is that balanced solution. It has limits that are built into it to make sure that we can't even reach 200% if there is not a significant value drop, as was noted in the Boston Municipal Research Bureau report. So when they did data based on a 10% drop in commercial value and a 5% increase in residential value, their tax rate scenario doesn't reach the 100% threshold as the maximum, the 200% threshold as the maximum. The most that they could reach was 192.5% shift. And so that was the maximum shift that would be allowed if this legislative change were to go forward. There's nothing that requires us to go to 200% if there isn't a dramatic value drop. And in fact, the legislation would prevent us from going to 200% if there is not a dramatic value drop, which I think is really important to highlight. The other point that I want to mention is that even using that, there's been a lot of talk and concern about small business, especially, and the impact in the way that taxes are passed through. So again, using the Boston Municipal Research Bureau's numbers, if you have a property that has, they look at an overall drop in commercial value of 10%. And I think the reason for this proposal is a concern of what's happened during the pandemic and kind of the impact that it's had on our economy. And that's not just an office space issue. That impacts ground floor retail, it impacts neighborhood businesses, it impacts all the small businesses that we were talking about. There's less foot traffic, they do less business, their costs are going up, they're not doing as well, their property is then worth less as a result, right? And so if you have that small business, and let's say they had that average drop in value of 10%, we're talking about a 1.8% increase in their real estate costs year over year under that scenario. We're not talking about a dramatic shift that all of a sudden is going to be a crippling increase. Now, if that same small business has a higher drop in their property value, just 12%, then at that point, they're going to be paying less in fiscal year 25 taxes than they would in fiscal year 24. So again, the proposal is designed to make it so that those properties that have not been doing stellar and have been impacted by the current economic condition, we are not trying to put them in a situation where they all of a sudden spiral and have to go out of business. That is in no way the intent of this legislative choice. And I also want to highlight kind of the reason behind it and what we're concerned about. So in the Boston Municipal Research Bureau report, they talked about if there is no change, that residential taxes could go up 16% in their scenario, right? Of this 10% commercial value drop and 5% residential increase drop. So that 16%, that's for the year. So, but we bill quarterly, and the first 2 quarters are estimates based on the prior year, and then the third quarter is when things get trued up. So what that would mean for residential taxpayers, so condo owners, single family owners, but also apartment buildings that have the ability to pass on these increases to their tenants, especially those with month-to-month leases, the difference between the bill that they get in October and the bill they would get in January would be a 32% spike in their bill that they then have to cover and pay within 30 days. And so the point of this legislation, I want to be really, really clear about the intent. I think the numbers that the Municipal Research Bureau kind of put out really kind of help us demonstrate that and demonstrate the impact. The point of this is to temper that increase so that they are not responsible coming up with that money in 30 days. And on the alternative, the balance part of it is that commercial properties either end up with declining taxes if they're struggling, or they end up in a situation where their costs go up ever so slightly over the prior year. And we're not talking about a shift that all of a sudden there's a sweeping benefit to residential taxpayers. As many people have mentioned, this is something that phases out over 5 years because we don't have blinders on. We're not pretending that the commercial market or assuming the commercial market all of a sudden next year is going to go gangbusters and everything is going to be corrected and that's going to solve all of our problems. That is not what this is designed to do. What this is designed to do is to phase in potential increases on our residents over time, something that they can accommodate more and they can more easily adjust to, as opposed to saying in 30 days, you have to pay 30% more than what you paid 3 months before. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Arianello. Okay, we'll go to my council colleagues again for 5 minutes worth of questioning. If we feel like there needs to be another round, where I'm happy to do that. Again, just saying that we have a Ways and Means hearing at 2 p.m. and our central staff folks need to eat lunch in between. So with that, I will go to Council President Rutzi Louis-Jean, Council Pepen, and Councilor Santana. Councilor Louis-Jean, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you again, Chair, and thank you for this really robust panel that really addresses a lot of the issues. I want to thank everyone for offering their insight. I wanted to ask, I guess I start with you, Nick. Thank you for your insight. There was a comment made earlier, and I believe it was by Dan Swift, that this legislation was in response to offset the decline in commercial properties or commercial values. Do you interpret this legislation as such?
Thank you so much for the question, Councilor. And I do appreciate Attorney Swift being here. We actually interact a lot. He has a lot of business before my office. It's kind of his job to basically argue with me and disagree with things that I say. So that's
as a lawyer, I know what that's like. You know, your job is to argue and to make it difficult. So I appreciate that comment from you, Attorney Swift. I just wanted to see how you your understanding, because in the framing and the way that you talk about it, in the way of, that the Chief Gothenberg talks about, and the way that I understand it, is that there still needs to be a shift. And, we need to make sure that we are doing everything we can. And I actually appreciate, like you said, the numbers that we got from the Municipal Research Bureau, because I think that's what a lot of us wanted to see. A lot of us wanted to see projections. And so thank you to Marty and your team for those projections. But like Nick said, I actually believe the projections are helpful for saying, how do we blunt this 18% increase potentially on residents? And what I'm seeing, with this legislation, although there would still be an increase in taxation for our residents, it blunts it. And part of this is in response to the fact that this doesn't change the fact that there still needs to be a levy, and that we need to make the levy to smoothen the transition for our residences. And the total levy that we see as a result of this legislation, the proposed legislation on commercial properties and entities, would be around, is it 1, 2, 3%? Compared to if we do nothing, and it's an increase of about 18%. So that's sort of what the genesis and the root of my question is.
Yes, no. So I think that is fair. So the reason for this proposal, right, is to try and account for potential market changes that we see on the horizon. If we knew for certain, this would be a lot easier, right? And we could give like very clear data about dollar to dollar what these things would be. Unfortunately, the way the legislative cycle works and the way that the process works in terms of getting new laws changed, it takes so much lead time to try and get things implemented that we have to introduce them at a point in time where we don't have that hard data. But our concern is that, yes, if there is a dramatic drop off in commercial value, then the result of the existing math formulas that are established by state law is that we would have this shift in kind of where taxes go. And that shift would occur, honestly, irrespective of budget changes, which I think is also something it's really important to note. So
right, but like even if there are deep budget cuts, also thank you to Rep. Marty Waltz for accurately stating what the report is. It's not about deep budget cuts. It is their idea that we need to slow the rate of increases, but doesn't change the fact that you have to actually have the levy and that someone has to pay the bill. It's about the distribution of that payment.
That is 100% correct.
Thank you. And sorry, Treasurer, I don't know if I interrupted you if you wanted to finish your prior thought.
No, I think I'm good. I appreciate the question. I think it was a great one.
And then I'd just like to state that, we are not anomalous. I always like to look to what other cities are doing, what other cities are struggling with, which is oftentimes the root of the question that I ask. There are the Tax Policy Institute put out this Tax Policy Center, which is a product of the Brookings Institute and the Brookings Institution and the Urban Institute put out this paper about the future of commercial real estate and big city budgets. And it talks about how there are really not that many options. The two are, one, increase the tax rate on commercial properties. We're talking about that today. Curtail spending and services. Rep. Marty Walls talked about that. Third, they could make up for the shortfall by increasing tax revenues from other sources, which we would all love. I came into City Hall championing this. I asked Chief Grafenberger ad nauseum how we diversifying our revenue. What's unfortunate is our limited home rule authority, papers written by former professors of mine about how difficult it is for us to get those new revenue streams because of how dependent we are on the state. And Rep. Marty Walls, you know how difficult it is for us to get, we're trying to push for property tax, local tax options when it comes to meals and gas. Those things are really difficult. And then we can also think about how do we do something new? How are we being creative about how we are paying for necessary? We're looking at our city budget. It's our necessary fund. So, the city of Detroit is looking at taxation for land valuation instead of on buildings, which I think are things for us to look at. But the innovative things, the things that we really want take time and are really hard because of our limited home rule authority. So just wanted to thank everyone. Sorry, Chair Coletta.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You're about 30 seconds over, but I appreciate your questions. Next up, we have Councilor Pepin and then Councilor Santana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for this round of public testimony. Thank you so much for your insight and for just bringing this to the conversation. I really appreciated all of your comments, just because it brings a good perspective to the conversation and actually leads to a question. I really appreciated Mr. Swift's comments about shifting, just the conversation here. And Chief Grafenberger, you mentioned that, and everyone has mentioned here already, about shifting the burden, about if someone has to pay. Have we ever considered shifting that burden, or just shifting the tax revenue to the landlords that are not owner occupied?
Thank you for that question. So, kind of under I invite Commissioner Arenal to step in and add any color here, but sort of in the way that property taxation works here in the Commonwealth, we don't have the ability to kind of do that distinction of commercial buildings. But I'd invite Nick to chime in on to expand on that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chief. Just a quick question back to you, Councilor. Are you asking about residential landlords or commercial? I just want to make sure I'm answering the right question.
Residential, actually. So for any landlords that are absentee.
Yeah, so in actuality, the way that we use our tax code, we do that currently. So in Boston, we're one of a very small number of communities that has a residential exemption. And a lot of people, the easy way to think about the residential exemption is that you're providing a benefit to owner-occupied units, right? The way that benefit gets paid for is it gets built into the residential tax rate. And so because of the residential program's existence, our residential tax rate is higher than it would be without it. But what that means is that higher value properties and non-owner occupied properties and apartment buildings, in essence, higher value residential properties, because it's only built into the residential side of the equation, they are subsidizing the owner occupied units and the lower valued properties, residential properties that we have. So in essence, your $10 million apartment building is subsidizing the cost for the $500,000 condo unit.
Gotcha. Okay, so that already happens. And is there any way to increase that residential exemption?
So we are presently at the statutory maximum, which is 35% of the average value of residential real estate. We have passed laws in the past to increase that amount over time. Historically, when we do that is when residential properties are already rising dramatically in value, because then what happens is that the impact of increasing the residential exemption doesn't get noticed as dramatically in the tax rate. In the current environment, where our concern is that the residential tax rate is going to spike, if we increase the residential exemption as well, it'll make that spike even greater. And so it's definitely an idea we're considering. That the timing might be challenging to do it this year.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for answering those questions. I'll use the rest of my time, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Pepin. You had a minute, so you put us back on schedule. I love that. Okay, Councilor Santana, then Councilor Braden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the panelists who have come and made their testimonials available to all of us. Just quick, sorry. So my questions are for, sorry, I'm having trouble. Sorry, Madam Chair, I'm having some trouble right here. Can you come back to me?
Of course.
Thank you.
No problem. Councilor Brereton and then Councilor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious, I know we've been talking about this for years. 33% of the property in the city of Boston is non-taxable. Could you break it down? And this might be just an academic curiosity on my point, but the federal and state-owned property, what percentage of that is in that pie chart? And then what percentage of it would be the eds and meds and non-profit sector? Do you know what I'm getting at?
I do, Councillor. Thank you so much for the question. Unfortunately, I don't have those numbers off the top of my head. We do really spend so much of our time focusing on the property that generates revenue as opposed to the property that does not. But I can have someone in my research department look into that and pull the data for you.
Yeah. I think we always go straight to thinking about pilot as being the answer, but I think in reality, the eds and meds, probably, I don't know, it's not a huge portion of our real estate is actually state and federal. So that, thinking about what other sources of revenue we can come up with. Like, I know I always ask this question. I think Councillor Louis-Jean has done it for years as well. Like, what other sources of revenue can we tap into that's not real estate? I think we were losing our minds about 15 years ago when it went to 50-something percent, 55% of our budget was covered by real estate, and it's now hitting 73%. So, what can we do in terms of identifying other revenue sources apart from pilot?
Very much understand and appreciate the question, and I think it's always good to kind of try and figure out new ways to generate revenue.
Okay, Marty, do you have any thoughts on that matter? Have the Municipal Bureau thought about that?
Thank you for the question. This is actually the subject of one of our upcoming reports in light of this conversation. We have looked at this over the years many times. There have been proposals to increase non-property tax revenue, some of which the city's already done. So what we want to begin to look at are what are the ideas proposed in the past that the city didn't do? Let's understand why. Were they not really great ideas and we decided not to do them? Or did we have other sources of revenue that solved the problem at the time? So we need to go back and look at the ideas that have been generated in the past, what did and did not move forward and why, and what are the other ideas? Because I think what we're experiencing with this situation is the need to get revenue diversification back at the top of our collective agenda.
Yeah.
We've had the luxury over the past number of years of not having to think very hard about this. I think that those days are over now. That's a longer term solution because we can't just flip a switch and make that happen. It's likely to require going back to the legislature. But it's something that if we start now, we will be ready by next year to perhaps do another home rule petition. The next legislative session starts in January. Yeah. So if we spend time this year looking at this collectively, we can be ready for next year so that a year from now, we're much farther along in our thinking on how do we tackle this so that we don't continue to rely so much on property taxes.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page, and that's why we asked this question. We dodged the bullet with ARPA funds because we were able to spend our ARPA funds on a lot of stuff that because ARPA was a revenue replacement program from the federal government, and because we were so reliant on real estate taxes, we didn't need to. We could use that ARPA money for a whole lot of other things that other cities were having to use to replace lost revenue. So. It's one of those things. It's a two-edged sword. It's a blessing and a curse. And now we're facing the consequences. So I really think as a body, the City Council and all of us need to really put our minds to really seriously looking for other revenue sources so that we're not so incredibly reliant on real estate taxes to pay our bills in the city. And that's really just all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Burden. Councillor Fitzgerald, Councillor Mejia, and then Councillor Tanya Fernandez-Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to all my colleagues for great questions. This has been a very, very helpful hearing. So thank you to the panelists and colleagues for everything. I guess my first question would be for CFO Grafenberger. Ms. Grafenberger, when you talk about the AAA bond rating, a great opinion piece, by the way, today. I read that came out. You lay it out very well. It was well done. But in that, keeping that AAA bond rate, which we all agree is so important, have you reached out to the Standard & Poor's, the Moody's, and talked to them about this? And what do they say about its effect on the AAA bond rating? Will they say, oh, this is definitely going to be a hit? Or are they saying, here are the pitfalls, et cetera? And if so, what are those?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. So we meet with them on an annual basis, or are in communication with them on a usually annual basis. Typically it accompanies a bond sale. We didn't do a formal bond sale this spring, but this the latest report that just came out from Moody's was a checkup with them. And we and Commissioner Arnello and others in the Finance Cabinet had a pretty extensive conversation with the analysts at Moody's about our exposure or perceived exposure when it comes to property tax and the city's long-term finances. And, you know, they really put us through our paces, right? They are wanting to make sure that they are assessing our risk appropriately. But, you know, I think ultimately, and if you had a chance to review the Moody's report that came out, they ultimately, you know, they note that this is a dynamic happening in the city, but because of the way property taxation works and that ability to, you know, shift taxes from one side of the levy to the other, the overall stability of the city finances are sound. And so they sort of note that this is a thing that is happening, but as reflected in their updated opinion, believe that we, you know, are still AAA worthy and stable.
Thank you. And I'm thinking about what Mr. Swift said earlier about it, you know, that just by passing this, we could lose $2 billion in commercial value. Is that something that we could, that you agree with, or do you see a different number, or is it, or just if you could retort that any way possible, please.
Sure.
That could be
if it's okay, I'll let Commissioner Arnello touch base on that piece.
Thank you.
Yeah, I strongly disagree with that point. I very much appreciate the position that Attorney Swift is coming from, but I do not in any way envision that this is going to lead to that level of property value loss, if any, honestly. The way that assessments are structured and the way that properties actually sell are dramatically different. And in terms of overall cost for most real estate, we are not a large factor of their overall costs.
Thank you, Nick. And I guess as my last question, a thank you to Representative Walz for sort of proposing some other suggestions of how to soften this. But I think you brought up a great question as well just recently. Is this something that has to be voted on this year, right? Is this something that has to pass this year for any reason? Or is this something we should take more time to discuss in the eyes of the administration? Or is this is pertinent now? And if so, please explain the importance of why now.
Is that a question to me, Councilor?
Sorry, Nick, sorry, either one.
Okay, I'll start and others can chime in. So I think the importance of now is twofold. One, we are operating under the state's legislative timeline, given that this has to go through their process. Their formal sessions end at the end of July. And so needing to make sure that we're adhering to that timeline and hopefully getting legislation up there to meet that timeline. But I think the actual practical purpose is more important in that we want to have this tool in place. And so I think some of the concern or frustration or questions that folks have had about this is like, well, what is going to happen? Like, how much are taxes going to go up? And we keep saying, well, we don't really know because we haven't done our value setting process. And that happens kind of in the middle part of the calendar year, and it helps inform tax rate setting that we do at the end of the calendar year. So we'll have updated value information. If we don't have this flexibility, we will have a very narrow to no timeline available to us to get this in place if we see commercial values decline in such a way that we see a 17 or higher % increase in residential taxes. And so to Commissioner Arenella's point, if this isn't in place, and we see that change in value and subsequent result in the residential taxes, taxpayers will have 30 days to make up an enormous increase in their taxes relative to the prior 2 quarters. And so this is a proactive measure so that when we have final value information and when we are setting tax rate at the end of the calendar year, that we have flexibility to deal with this, so that we are either, not scrambling at the last minute as they were back 20 years ago, or just unable to give ourselves flexibility and therefore forcing a significant tax increase onto residents to absorb within 30 days.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Fitzgerald. And if I could just add a question onto that, when you say scramble, what does that mean? And what happened last time?
To use the example from 20 years ago, the city at the time, didn't have the visibility into this issue as it was happening, and so when they set values in the fall of 2003, realized, oh no, residential taxes are going to go up by, I think it was almost 40%. They had to very quickly mobilize with the state legislature and the council at the time to get this measure put into place, and so had to act within a very quick timeline, because the state legislature will not be in formal session at the end of this calendar year, because their formal sessions will end at the end of July. We don't have kind of the certainty that they will be able to take this up before the new session begins. And so then we would be in a situation where we just don't have that flexibility, and we need to move forward with the residential tax increases as they would be.
Thank you. And administratively, what does that look like? Like, what will residents get on their tax bill, and what would it take to walk that back? And if you have any if you have any dollar amount to that too, please let me know in terms of printing and mailings and all of that.
I don't think we would be able to walk it back. There is no scenario where once a bill is issued, we can change that. I suppose with a law change, anything is possible, but it's something where basically once, because of our budget and our requirement to have a balanced budget, all of these things play into each other. And so when there's a determination and a need for the revenue, we have to collect that revenue. What ended up happening in 2003 is in that third quarter, they sent an estimated bill. So a little earlier, I was talking about this change between an estimated bill and a final bill. And so how a 60% increase for the year is a 32% increase from one quarter to the next. What they ended up doing was, instead of having 2 estimated bills, they had 3 estimated bills. And then, honestly, I an amazing stroke of luck that they managed to get the legislation passed before the fourth quarter, because if they did not, the entire increase that would have been spread over 2 bills would have just happened in that one in the fourth quarter. And so all of a sudden that placed an enormous amount of risk with people's ability to come up with money that they have not budgeted for. And it kind of gives me heart palpitations just thinking about it.
Well, thank you for articulating that distinction. I appreciate that. And thank you to my colleagues for indulging me. Next up, we have Councilor Mejia, and then Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, and Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta. Those were really good follow-up questions, so I'm glad that you asked. So I have a quick question. Hi, Nick. Good to see you. Can you give me, I'm sorry, because I was transitioning in and out of spaces and places, but can you give me the total amount of what the amount of the increase is going to be to the property owner? What's the total? Is it 900 or is it 1,000? What? I've heard different things.
Yeah, I think some of the numbers that I was talking about were working off of projections that the Boston Municipal Research Bureau put out in their report, and so it's a bit of a hypothetical, right? Because right now we don't have values finalized for the year, and so we're kind of guessing as to what might happen, and that The reason for that is that we want to be prepared if we need this tool to put into place. So using the Boston Municipal Research Bureau numbers, the scenario that they presented was one where commercial value drops year over year 10% and residential value increases 5%. And then under that scenario, residential property bills for the year would go up for the average single family tax bill. The residential bill would go up 16%.
So can you just because just for the folks who follow me, just kind of like, I'd like to understand things, just kind of like 16% of what, like, just so that we can have a real understanding. So 16% of, if you own a single family house, 16% for the going rate right now, I don't know, it's $400,000, it would be 16% of the property value, right? So can you just give us a dollar amount, 16% of that? Is that what we're talking about here?
Yeah, so I can. So with no law change and using the situation that the Boston Municipal Research Bureau presented, the tax bill for the average single family home would go up from $5,522 to $6,432. So it's a $910 increase for the year.
For the whole year, for the whole year.
For the whole year, and that's for someone that is getting the residential exemption. The reason that I was talking about that as a 32% increase is that what would happen is that $910 increase, half of that would be due in the January bill, and then half of that would be due in the following fourth quarter bill that goes out in May. And so as a result, the increase is spread over 2 bills instead of over 4 bills.
So it'll be 4, let's just say, following the thread of thought here. So it would be $455 within the calendar year that you're paying twice.
Yep, for each of those, for the third quarter and the fourth quarter, that would be the increase. So for those final 2 bills of the year.
So the total amount that what we're trying to avoid is $955, an average, and every household would be different based on their value of their property. Okay, great. Thank you for that explanation. I think that it's important, or at least for me, it's important to make sure that when we're talking about these things that most people are not in the weeds of, they just want to know like the basic, what this looks like and how this, what's the bottom line. And I think sometimes just walking through this process like you did with me, Nick, is really helpful. So I just want to thank you for indulging me in that. So thank you. And I'm curious, and I have been a big proponent of always trying to be as innovative as possible when it comes to dealing with all of the issues that we are grappling with here in the city of Boston. And I'm just curious, Ashley and Nick, both of you, and I'm happy to see you here. Where's the appetite to think a little bit outside the box about other things that we could potentially do? Because I really am concerned with the narrative that this is the only way, because then what it does, it creates an environment where our constituents may have been led to believe that we don't care about their pockets, which that is the furthest from the truth. And so I'm just curious, what other, ideas or pathways have you all considered that does not create the narrative that Boston is so good at, amplifying, that pits people against each other? So can you talk to me about your thought process and what other avenues you have explored?
Sure. Thank you for that question. So I don't think we think that this is the only solution, right? This is a narrow solution for one particular issue. But if we're talking about the larger transition in our economy, we are not here to represent that if you adopt this, everything in Boston's economy is going to be fine. And, this is the silver bullet to everything that we are thinking about and are concerned about. This is just one tool. I think the things that the city is thinking about and is doing sort of beyond this speak to some of the work of our economic opportunity and inclusion cabinet. So and work with the BPDA on programs like our commercial to residential conversion program. We're really focusing on making sure that the spaces in our city continue to be activated and really seek to preserve that vibrancy and inherent value in our city, right? So doing what we can to prevent value loss from occurring. So like I said, the residential conversion program, we have working on the nightlife economy, our space grant program to make sure that we're activating those vacant ground floor retail spaces. We also have seen sort of, happily a return of tourism. Our excise tax revenues are increasing relative to pre-pandemic levels. We're seeing great tourism numbers coming out of Logan. And so it's really, this particular thing is one solution for one particular issue, but there is so much work that the city is engaged in to ensure that we are doing what we can to ensure that our local economy is vibrant and preserve value.
I see my time coming up, my Lord.
Sorry.
But so I didn't hear anything about pilot, and I didn't hear anything about other, measures, because we do have the power of the whatever you call it, the bully pulpit.
Bully pulpit, yep.
So why are we, where are we with really trying to once and for all get these higher ed institutions that are occupying, thousands of square footage here in the city of Boston and making millions of dollars from the students who are occupying spaces here? Where are we in really holding that up as a pathway forward?
Councilor Mejia, that is your last question. Thank you so much. Feel free to answer.
Thank you. So thank you. And I didn't not mention it just because that doesn't mean that there's not work happening. Just I was thinking slightly differently. But the pilot program that we have here in Boston is a great voluntary program that we have had for many years with our institutions and requires continued close partnership and work with those institutions as we think about ways to evolve and change that program. So it is work that is very important to us, that is ongoing, and those conversations are happening with those institutions.
Yeah, well, so I'll just note for the record, I get a third round, Councilor Coletta Zapata?
Second round. We're only in the first round right now.
Well, I'll be back. Thank
This
you.
panel. Thank you so much for your questions. I appreciate it. All right, we got Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, Councilor Flynn, and then Councilor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, good afternoon. Hope you all are well, and I'll just get right into it. So Section 2 of the Home Rule petition talks about alternative timelines where instead of making the changes for FY 25 to 29, it might be 26 to 30 or 27 to 31. Can you tell me, one, who would be responsible, and this is not rhetoric, who would be responsible for making that decision since it's not specified? What are the reasons the city may choose to change the timeline, and what is the likelihood that deferring this change would happen?
Thanks for that question. So the reason we put the timeline in there, and this is different than what the city did back in 2003 when they initiated this, is because we're being a little bit proactive here and we don't quite know what the values are going to look like. We could be in a situation where if this legislation goes through, we update our values, we find the commercial value loss that we thought could happen hasn't occurred or has not occurred at the magnitude to create a significant burden on residents. But so maybe we don't take advantage of it this upcoming year, but say when we're doing this next year and sort of things materialize and become more of a trend, and we see those declines in commercial value that result in that spike in residential values, we would have the ability to sort of opt in at that time and start that 5-year clock. So it's because we are being proactive that we are giving ourselves some time and options to take advantage of this if and when the value loss occurs. And I think in terms of how will we decide, so I think as has been mentioned before, the city council and the mayor are the two decision makers in terms of setting classification each year. And so nothing about that process will change. And so I anticipate that when we're doing tax rate setting at the end of the year, we will, come forward with a recommendation based on values and jointly set that the classification percentage with the council.
Thank you, Chief. Can you provide, and I know that we've alluded to this quite a bit, but can you provide a detailed projections of or examples of how the legislation actually specifically, like just in terms of how the impact, projections of impact?
Yeah, thank you. So I think the best example that we've kind of been talking about today is the scenario that was put forth in the Research Bureau report. And again, and this goes back to, we don't have updated value information, so it's difficult for us at this point to say with hard numbers what's going to happen to a particular property and sort of how this will work and what choices exist. But just to reference the assumptions that were put out in the Research Bureau report, they are assuming a 10% reduction in commercial value and a 5% increase in residential value. And when you take those two things into account and flow that through the property tax formula, without this legislation, the average residential taxes would go up by about 16.5%. And so that is kind of the model we've been talking about here today to kind of illustrate the impact of this or of not having this legislation. And just to finalize that point, the Research Bureau report does say that sort of if maximized to its maximum allowable level, the legislation would result in a much smaller increase in residential taxes. I think the report references 2.5%. So that sort of demonstrates the power of this to take what would otherwise be a really significant increase in residential taxes and make it much more modest
to manage. Sure. Thank you. And how does the current economic situation in Boston compare to 2004? We referenced it here, where previous similar measure was implemented. And if you could also tell me how shifting work patterns and the rise of remote work specifically impacted commercial property values in Boston. Just a comparison between now and 2004, since we're not in identical situations, but we are trying to implement similar.
Right. So yeah, I wasn't here, but very different, different situation where the economy was coming out of a recession at the time. And so, different dynamic here as opposed to us now post-pandemic, where we have, like you said, shifting work patterns. And that is precisely why we are pursuing this legislation, to the extent that those shifting work patterns and hybrid, to the extent that they have an impact on commercial building values, we want to have the tool and flexibility in place to allow all taxpayers to kind of adjust to whatever this new normal is going to be in the event that commercial buildings contribute less to the city's overall tax base.
Thank you. And thinking about implementation timelines, what are key milestones and timelines for implementing this legislation, if approved? And can you explain the alternative implementation schedules and the rationale behind providing these options? You spoke a little bit to it, but specifically to implementation.
Yeah, so I think the next key milestone in kind of deciding implementation is when we update our real estate values. And that is something that Commissioner Arenello and his department will be doing over the course of the next several months. And so we will have a better sense of what is happening out in the world and with commercial values in the next few months. And then over the fall, and then kind of intaking that information and understanding what that impact is going to be on both residential and commercial tax rates, working with the council in December, I think it's November and December, to set those tax rates that will then be reflected on the bills that people will receive in January of 2025.
Sounds like we're thinking a lot about in terms of monitoring and adjustments in the next 4 years, but are there mechanisms in place for adjustments or necessary adjustments beyond this short-term plan?
Thank you for Jamerson. That'll be your last question, and then Chief Grafenberger, go ahead.
Okay. I think one thing that's important to note too is like the legislation is just setting a ceiling, not a floor, right? So in each year, say we opt into a schedule, the first year you can go up to 200. You don't have to go to 200. You have flexibility within and under that cap to pick a rate that makes sense and achieves whatever it is the mayor and the council is trying to achieve in terms of tax rate. And that's going to be the same for each of the years, right? You have the ability to adjust and work within that cap for each year of the schedule.
Appreciate you. Look forward to more questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your patience, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. I appreciate it. Councilor Flynn, and then Councilor Murphy, and Councilor Weber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my question is regarding for commercial property owners in particular neighborhoods across the city. How will this proposal impact neighborhood and Main Street throughout the neighborhoods, since they are doing well with Boston residents working from home? People are going to retail shops and restaurants. How much taxes would this potentially generate? And what impact would it eventually have on these businesses?
Thank you so much for that question, Councilor Flynn. It really depends on the individual business and the circumstance. So I'll speak broadly, but it very much is tailored to what the actual space is and how that actual piece of property is and whether its value has gone up or down. If we use the Boston Municipal Research Bureau kind of analysis, where they're talking about a 10% overall drop in commercial property value, if you're looking at a commercial property that lost 10% of value, its taxes year over year would increase about 1.8%. So to achieve that overall 10% drop in value, that's an average, right? Because you're modeling commercial property for the entire city, including personal property and a bunch of other factors. And so for a business whose real estate value drops 12%, they would actually be paying less in fiscal year 25 than fiscal year 24 under the scenario that's been presented. Now, to the point that you made about property values and properties and small businesses doing well in the kind of outlying areas of the city, I think if we find that their property value has not been impacted, it might be that there's no need to implement this tool. So to achieve a 10% drop in commercial value across the city, that's more than just office space in the central business district that needs to be impacted. That's really that we need to find that there is a kind of pervasive effect in kind of what has happened to our commercial economy to achieve that level of overall value drop. So if when we go through our analysis and we go through the data returns that we get from these businesses and it turns out that we're not seeing drops in their value, then this tool wouldn't be necessary. And I feel like that also it's important to kind of have that as part of this conversation, is that we're really proposing something that is forward-looking to address It's a very specific tool to address a very specific problem. And so, when we get questions about alternatives and what other stuff did we think about, like part of the reason that we have this proposal is that like it is a very, very specific problem that we are trying to solve for. And it's not one of that, like a broader revenue issue that we're trying to solve for or anything like that. It is purely tweaking the current mathematical formula that is built into law that controls this shift between these property classes.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. And I guess I wanted to follow up, but do you have any studies, a business study on the long-term effects that it would have on businesses outside of the downtown area? I know they play a critical role also in Boston's economy, but are we studying that in detail in looking at a particular neighborhood and the impact it would have on them, specifically targeting a business district, and seeing what impact these proposed tax increases would have?
No, that's a really good question, Councilor, and it's a thoughtful one. Unfortunately, the number of variables and the complexity to project out multiple years of property value is not something that we kind of have the capability to do. I would honestly be very interested in talking to anyone that had that capability. That is an extremely, extremely complex concept. And my guess is if someone does have that ability, they're probably not sharing that information because they're using it to become extremely wealthy. It's just not that simple to say, hey, this is what this piece of real estate is going to be worth next year, never mind the year after next, never mind 4 years down the road. The tool has been designed with this gradual slope that makes it so that the shift cannot stay at these heightened levels and has to come back to the current maximum of 175% over the course of 4 years once implemented. And the reason that we designed it that way is to intentionally limit the impact on our business community and to make it something where the cost increase that we're talking about is basically a cost they've already budgeted for. And so then to temper it so that if this turns into a long-term new stable level where these properties are worth less, that is something that their costs go down over time as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. I also listened closely to Representative Walz, and thank you for your testimony, and to Meg as well. And the representative recommended some possible compromises, which I thought made sense. Everyone giving in a little bit and working together, respecting each other, and everyone not getting what exactly everyone wants. But are those types of recommendations, proposals that that Representative Walz mentioned, which I support, are they on the table? I think it's a good place for us to have a discussion in considering them, seeing what impact they would have, and try to come up with a compromise.
Sure. So, the main proposal that I heard from Ms. Walz is, not going to the full shift that would be allowed under this proposal. I honestly think that's a good one. And the beauty of the proposal is that we have that flexibility and that ability to decide that. It doesn't change anything about the administration and the council's responsibility and duty and ability to set a shift every single year. Even if this legislation were passed, we wouldn't have to go up to the 175% shift if we felt that that was not the appropriate level to reach. It gives us the flexibility to choose the right amount and choose the right level between kind of where we are and where we think tax rates should be.
Okay. I would like us to at least have a conversation about meeting in the middle and listening to each other, respecting each other, and not getting exactly what we want, but there has to be a compromise in there somewhere. My final question, Boston gets a hotel motel tax. That's correct, isn't it, Commissioner?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Do we get a tax on, potential tax on Airbnb?
That I would punt over to our CFO.
And let me just ask, maybe that's a solution, maybe that's a recommendation. The Chief Financial Officer just wanted to give you an opportunity.
Sure. I can follow up with specifics, but I do believe the city does take in some revenue associated with short-term rentals.
We already have that in the book? Okay. So we have hotel motel tax, we have jet fuel tax, we have something with Airbnb. Are you able to get us a complete list of other taxes that we might have?
Yep, I would be happy to. We can give you a list of all of the excise taxes, and just I would also like to mention, as part of the Municipal Empowerment Act that's pending up at the State House, there is an ability to increase some of those local option excises by a small percentage, so that is pending.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me an extra minute. I know I went over my time, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Just to be clear, everybody's getting 7 minutes-ish, just in fairness, following the first round. Call your senators, call your reps. We need to get that Municipal Empowerment Act passed. We need to diversify our revenue. And I'm just going to piggyback off of that question. So that was also something I was going to bring up, talking about meeting in the middle. Representative Walz talked about not having to go up to the full 200. Is it as simple as, because in the home rule petition it says shall not exceed up to 200, is that the flexibility? If it's yes, cool. If it's not, just feel free to elaborate. But if it is just yes, please just say that.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Murphy, Councilor Weber, and then Councilor Worrell.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to this panel. Thank you, Representative Walz, for your thoughtful overview of what I know you and your team have been working hard on. A few of the questions I asked last time, I just want to bring back to this panel. Like, what if this doesn't pass? What happens? What is Plan B? Also, just want to uplift, which I'm thankful that this last few speakers have highlighted, that we're not just talking about our downtown big high rises, our Macy's and Amazons. We're talking about our coffee shops in Rosendale and our small businesses in South Boston. So, and we also have been committed since I've been on the council, to supporting our small businesses with grants and all other money that we're making sure in this budget to keep them thriving and open, knowing how important they are. So I would like to know what if it doesn't pass, but also with an answer to what is diversifying going to look like. It's been mentioned a few times, and what would that look like? And if we're slowing down the increase to spending, how can we do that? How much is fixed income, like salary and benefits that we can't touch, and how much is discretionary for us to make that change?
Okay, so I want to just make sure I have your questions. What is the Plan B if this doesn't pass? And then how do we slow down spending? Was there another question in there I missed? Sorry, Counselor.
Well, there was a few, yeah. Which one did you say you got?
I got, what is Plan B? What does it look like to slow down spending?
Oh, and how much can we, with the spending? And then the other one was diversifying.
Oh, got it. Thank you. Okay, thank you for restating. So if this legislation doesn't pass, we will be, we will have to live within the current statutory limits afforded to us under, current property tax law, which means we will be, beholden to the maximum shift that currently exists of 175. And, depending on what happens with values, the residential tax rate will flow from there. Again, using the scenario in the Municipal Research Bureau report, if you assume a 10% decrease in commercial value and a 5% increase in residential value, that could result in a 16.5% increase in residential taxes. So we would be constrained by the current limits, and assuming that were the limits that we had available to us, that's so it would be the impact on the residential tax rate. In terms of the question of slowing down spending, I think it's really important to understand that spending is not an input into the property tax formula. And so whether the budget increase was 8% or 5%, assuming that we are choosing to maximize our property tax levy in the way that the city has always done since Prop 2.5 has been in place, the growth in the city's budget is separate, and the spending is separate from how that property tax is calculated. So I think there are lots of good reasons for us all as, shared stewards in the city's financial health to be talking about ways in which we should be mindful about spending growth and ensuring that we believe that our spending growth will match our revenue growth going forward. But simply cutting spending or slowing spending relative to what's currently in the budget alone does not impact the underlying property tax formula. The only thing that would do that is if we took less than our property tax levy. And I think it's kind of the same, it's sort of the same answer for diversifying our revenue. Again, the only way that changes is if the city makes a choice not to maximize its fully allowable property tax revenue. If we had other sources of revenue to backfill that, we could choose to not do that, but the city has always maximized its property tax levy allowed under state law. It is a thing that Moody's cites as a great point of stability for us as a city, and contributes to our overall rating. So just having more revenue sources in and of itself does not impact this. It's really tied to the choice about taking the city's full property tax levy.
Okay, and I do want to echo what I've heard said before, but I do believe that we're responsible to all the players in the city, the residents, the renters, the homeowners, the business owners. Some live in the city, some don't. Some of the homeowners live in the city, some don't. Employees, tourists, right, who bring in a lot of revenue to the city. So what is the compromise? What would that look like if we were to rethink this, if there was a plan B where we could not be putting it all on commercial business owners and spreading it out? And what would the dollar amount look like to the homeowners who seem to be the most concerned at this moment? And it may be hype, right? I know it could be just the way this is being presented to them. So what would you say we could do to compromise? Because in the end, if we're hurting our businesses and we're hurting our, if the downtown becomes more empty, if our small businesses, small restaurants opening up around my neighborhood close in 6 months, and I know many people who are employed at these places, business owners who then would probably have to move out of the city if they do live there, it will have a ripple effect, a negative ripple effect.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this proposal as drafted allows for the ability to compromise, right? It is setting a cap, and there will still be the process that the administration and the council will go through to decide what that amount should be. And so
well, I
we will be
appreciate
back
that
here.
you say that. So could you explain then what you believe that it is a compromise and that it sets a path? So I would like to hear, what is that, so I can be on the same page as you and I can understand that with you.
Sure. So as part of the tax rate setting process, we will be in front of you at the end of the year to say, here's what we think tax rates should be for next year. And in past years, we've been constrained by the current cap of 175, and this administration, past administrations, this council, past councils have always chosen to maximize the amount of residential affordability and going up to the allowable cap. if we have this tool in place, that cap grows up to 200%, but we will still have that ability and dialogue to decide, okay, if it's not 175, but it's not 200, what is that amount? Or maybe it is 175, right? There's still the ability for us, as we are collectively sharing in this tax rate setting responsibility, to decide together with businesses and residents in mind, what is the appropriate rate for us to be setting.
And
If I
one
may,
last thing.
Counselor, if I may, just wanted to clarify, if you don't mind, what I was getting at in my testimony, which is that the home rule petition could be revised so that 200% is not the cap in the proposal. So when you're focusing in on kind of what's a compromise, what I was trying to outline earlier is that there are alternatives to having 200% be in what the city council passes. So that's what I was getting at, is that you can have a different cap than what is currently proposed.
All right, and I think I have 5 seconds. Is it 7 minutes around? One thing I'd like at least to end as a statement, if there's no time to respond, but it's been said a few times, what if this doesn't pass at the State House? And maybe the votes have been counted before this home rule petition was even drafted, but what if it doesn't pass here on the council and never even makes it to the State House? Then what will you Ashley and your team be looking at?
Yeah, so like I said, we'll be constrained by the current limits set in state law, and we will, move forward with tax rate setting process under those current limits.
Well, what's the dollar amount? Well, like, what do you see that being? Is it layoffs? Is it cutting services to seniors? Is it cutting management positions in different departments?
Yep. So nothing about this impacts the amount of revenue we are allowed to collect. So we will still be able to collect our full property tax levy. It's just a matter of who's going to bear that burden. And so we will, unless there is a decision made to cut hundreds of millions or not take the property tax levy, we are expecting that we will still, collect our fully allowable property tax levy.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councilor Weber, and then Councilor Worrell.
Thank you. I think there's a rock critic who described writing. He said writing about music was like trying to dance to architecture. I feel like talking about taxes in a similar world. But so Chief Grafenberger, sorry, can you just you're talking about this. You're just talking about this, and I'm trying to make sense of it. We collect the most we can under Prop 2.5. That's right. And if we're talking about outside revenues, other sources of revenue, my understanding is if we had that, if we were sort of collecting the full amount under the pilot program or had something else coming in, that we would still collect the same amount under Prop 2.5 in our real estate levy. Am I right about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a hypothetical, right? But just to say that we as a city have always maximized our property tax levy. And the point I was making is just because you have additional revenue sources, that doesn't change how much you can generate under Prop 2.5. You would have to make a conscious choice to not maximize that. And you might do that because you have other sources of revenue to kind of fill that gap. But that's sort of the dynamic I'm explaining, that just having other revenue in and of itself does not impact the Prop 2.5 calculation.
But, and I'm sorry, because this gets into the math. The reason why we would not do that, or we would not want to collect less, is because the next year's ability, we're bound, we can only collect 2.5% more than the prior year. So if we voluntarily, didn't collect $300 million in property taxes, we would lose out on adding that to the next year. Is that how that works?
Yeah, and Commissioner Arnello, please chime in. You effectively forego that. I believe under state law, you could recoup prior foregone levy, but the practical impact of that is in 1 year, you would be not only making up for past year's levy, but collecting the new levy. And so you would, there would be a dramatic increase in property taxes from 1 year to the next. But Nick, please chime in if I've inaccurately described that.
No, that's correct. So our tax system, and I think this is important to note very quickly, our tax system is an extremely constrained system. And there are a number of other municipalities that are constantly making the decision about whether they need to do a Proposition 2.5 override, where they need to put a proposition to voters because they can't operate within the constraints of the existing tax system and the statutory limits. We have never been in the position as the city of Boston where we've had to put that question to the voters and said like, hey, we need more money to get this done through property taxes. But to balance that, we've also never made the decision to collect less than the allowable levy under Proposition 2.5. And to Ashley's point, doing that, while it might not be like a technical limit to collect that money in the following year, practically it would create a massive jump in taxes in the year that you try and capture that money back. And so the practical reality is that if you stop collecting to that amount, you're never getting back up to that level.
Okay, and then I'm sorry, Nick. Do you? I know in Representative Waltz's report, the assumption is for the numbers that we have, which are very useful. Thank you to the Municipal Research Bureau for all their work. But do you? The presumption is for the numbers we have that residential values would go up 5%, commercial values would go down 10%. Is that? I mean, is that what we're expecting? I think it's specifically for the commercial values, like, what do you think of that number? Is that a good number to work off of? Are we expecting it to be more, less?
I think it's a good number to, thank you for the question. I think it's a good number to demonstrate how the tool works. I would love to tell you like, hey, this is what commercial values are going to be overall, and this is what we are actually facing. I don't have that data together to actually share. And it's, this process that we're going through to kind of create this tool if and when we need it, the complexity in talking about it is that I can't hand over those like very exact, precise numbers of like, this is why we need this thing. It's, we see this thing on the horizon, we're concerned that this might happen. But also, in the recent Moody's report where they, reaffirmed our AAA bond rating, they mentioned that one of the strengths of the city is that our financial team thinks about things in this way, that we are forward looking and that we are trying to see problems before they come. So it ends up being a little harder to talk about them in advance, but I think it demonstrates our ability to try and make sure that people don't feel the trouble because we've already corrected for it.
Okay. I had a couple questions for Attorney Swift. I'm sorry you've been left out. You also wrote your report. Thank you. I don't know if you're still here.
Yes, I am.
Okay. So I guess, I thought the interesting part of your report was the impact of the property taxes on commercial property, and how this would actually impact our commercial properties. So I guess I thought one thing I wasn't sure about was there's a presumption that we're hearing that the commercial landlords will pass on the increases in taxes on the businesses operating in those properties. Is that your assumption too?
It depends on the asset class and then the lease. So generally for office properties, the landlord is picking up the base, meaning the first year of the lease, they pay the real estate taxes on a gross lease basis, and then any increase in real estate taxes is borne by the tenant during their lease period. For triple net tenants like retail, like your traditional business, like life science, industrial, they are generally responsible for real estate taxes.
Okay, but do you, I guess my question is, if we're dealing with vacancies and, would a commercial landlord factor that in whether they should pass on those costs, or is that just they're compelled to do it? Like, if they're worried about vacancies and they've got a business that might not be able to handle that extra amount, like, would the commercial landlord still go ahead and do that and say, I don't care whether that business folds? Or my guess is the commercial landlord would include that into the decision making, but I'm not one, and I never represented a commercial landlord. This is your world. So.
Yeah. Thank you, Counselor. I think these are very, very good questions. Right now, I spoke about the negative absorption in the market, meaning each quarter we're seeing more space become vacant than absorbed by lease. Q1 of 2024, we saw 900,000 square feet become available in the market. So things are getting worse in terms of vacancy. What that means is that tenants are downsizing and or leaving their current office. So when your lease is coming up and the landlord's trying to keep you in your space, and you're negotiating all the elements of a lease, including a 14% increase in taxes, you're going to see landlords doing anything possible to keep those tenants in their space, absorbing more of the costs associated.
Okay. Yeah. I guess, I guess Meg Mainzer-Cohen, I don't know if you're still there, if you had any thoughts on the relationship between the small business owners and the commercial landlords, and whether they would be able to work with each other, or whether we're just going to see costs put on your small businesses.
Thank you, Councilor Weber. That's your last question. Go ahead, Meg.
Thanks.
In my experience in the Back Bay, these costs are going to trickle down automatically to the tenants. Some of the larger properties have different different lease structures in some cases, but a lot of the smaller property owners, and I said it's about 400 in the Back Bay of the 525. Most of them have those triple net leases. It will be going right to the tenant. The Back Bay Association, we're in a beautiful building at 229 Berkeley. And we pay we're a nonprofit, but the commercial taxes get passed along to us. So the other piece is a lot of the assumptions are that the commercial properties are going to go down. What I'm saying is that the successful districts in the neighborhoods, because of the lack of vacancy, the city will assess those based on occupancy and based on the leases that they have. And it will be passed along to the people who are less able to absorb the inflationary costs of other goods and services along with this. So we do think that this is going to do a lot more harm than I think. There are going to be a lot of unintended consequences that this, very thoughtful decision will entail, but we are very concerned about it. And this is not, just hitting the bigger companies are in a position to sort of couch this in a different way than most of the commercial property owners.
Okay, yeah. Can I just end with one quick comment, not even a question, Chair, which is, I do think there is a difference, though, between a business that can pass on the increased costs to their customers and residents who cannot, in this, maybe I'm wrong about that. So I'll just, that is in the back of my mind. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Weber. Councilor Worrell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the panel for being here. I know there was a few numbers thrown out regarding the average single-family tax bill. Attorney Swift, I think he gave 2,500. In the BMR report, it was like around 5,000. Nick, you are the man with you're the commissioner with all the information. Are you able to share with us the average tax bill for a single family home?
Sure thing, Counselor. Are you looking for the average tax bill for fiscal year 24 or under the Municipal Research Bureau scenario? I'm sorry.
We could compare it to the Municipal Bureau, and then also we could provide for FY24.
Sure. So the average tax bill for a single family receiving the residential exemption in fiscal year 24 was $5,522.
Okay, so okay, awesome.
And then,
yeah, go ahead.
Under the scenario outlined by the Municipal Research Bureau, with no change to the current statutes, in fiscal year 25, that could go up to $6,432.
Thank you. And I know there's an underlying question about maximizing property tax levy and its effect on our credit rating, but we've also always collected the full commercial split allowed. Is that correct? We've always.
Yes, Councilor, that is correct. As long as it has been an option, we have always gone to the maximum. But we are not required to. And again, that's a decision that the administration and the city council agree on every year.
All right. So would it affect our AAA bond rating if we didn't maximize that split?
My guess would be no. Obviously, these rating agencies have proprietary formulas that they look at, but I think what a rating agency is interested in is, do you have a stable source of revenue? And property tax is that stable source of revenue. And because of the rules and statutes that govern Prop 2.5, rating agencies have confidence that we as a city are going to generate that property tax revenue sort of regardless of who is bearing what percentage of that responsibility.
Thank you. And I know it's a scale. We could go all the way up to 200. We could stay right at, the 0.75. So is there, what are your thoughts on, Rep. Wall's proposed maybe meeting in the middle ground? What are your thoughts on reducing that scale?
So personally, I think that meeting in the middle is a good idea, but I wouldn't change the legislation as proposed. I think that the time for figuring out that right level is when we actually know what the property values are and we actually know what the potential consequences are going to be. And then that's the time in the future when we have all that information with this tool in place that we can say, hey, we don't need to go to 190%. We can put this at 188% or 176%. And we can fine tune it to a very tight degree. And at that point, I can present the council with basically all of the options and all of the potential tax rates based on a 0.5% increase going from 175 up to 200. And we can figure out what that right number should actually be. I think the problem with changing the legislation now and narrowing that cap is that we just don't have enough information to know if the Boston Municipal Research Bureau scenario is the reality. So if there's a higher drop in commercial value, it could warrant a slightly different shift. And if we limit the potential cap now, we're kind of coming off our nose to spite our face. And so I very much agree that this is a balanced decision, and we should be weighing the damage to commercial property and the damage to residential property, or benefit to either, depending on how you kind of want to phrase it. But that time and that opportunity to weigh that is when we have all the numbers before us and when we're making that decision collectively in November.
And I see Attorney Swift has his hand raised.
Thank you, Council. I just quickly want to chime in on the average tax. I still think that number is inaccurate. I'm happy to connect with Commissioner Arnello after, but You have an average single-family assessment of 563,000 fiscal 24, and a residential exemption of 331,000. That would leave residential taxes of 2,500. Again, I'm happy to trade notes on this. I just want to make sure that you guys have accurate information, because understanding what the implications are, I would assume, is a big part of understanding this proposal. So just wanted to put that out there.
Commissioner Arnell, any real quick response to that?
No, I appreciate that Attorney Swift thinks that the average taxes in the city are lower than they are, but happy to have a conversation with him about that. And easy enough to demonstrate where my math comes from.
This is a glimpse into Commissioner Arnell's and I's normal conversation.
And I only have 7 minutes, guys. So
sorry.
I can't monitor this conversation. I guess my other question was, I'm really interested in, and I heard you mention that, projecting out till after 5 years is something that your office doesn't do at the moment, Commissioner Arnello. But how often do you forecast, or how often do you get the data for the commercial properties? Is that done yearly, every 2 years, every 3 years? How often is that?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Counselor. So we update commercial values every year, and the process that we have for going through that it takes the entire year. It's verifying the actual property data itself. It's sending out information requests to the property owners so they can report back to us on things like their income and expenses and their vacancy levels. It's going through national survey data. It's looking at, listed spaces and what they're renting for, and what they're being marketed for. It's a whole bunch of different aspects, and it basically takes us every year, the entire year, to get through that year's data and spit out values. And then Attorney Swift comes and tells us that we're wrong, and we have a little back and forth on it.
Right. And then just wondering if you guys, there's so many REITs inside of the city of Boston. We try to do these projections. They use, the internal rate of return, future rate of return, and cap rates to do these projections on what commercial property value will be in the future. Have you guys worked with them to kind of use their projections to see where Boston commercial property values will be at the end of this 5 years?
Thank you, Councilor Worrell. That's your last question.
Based on the number of variables involved, we have not looked at those to try and forecast the future. We really honestly spend the majority of department resources making sure we're getting the current year correct so that no one's being asked to pay more than they should be.
Thank you,
Respect
Councilor.
my time. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been informed by Councilor Santana that he is in a product commitment, so I'll jump into my questions. Want to thank everybody for this robust conversation. I've learned so much already just in this one go around. I have reviewed the Boston Municipal Research Bureau report, and it is very thorough. And again, just thank you so much for your work on that, Marty and Eileen, excuse me. I do want to talk about the alternatives, and it's already been discussed. I did have a clarifying question about the shall not exceed up to, which allows us the flexibility in the event that we don't need to go to 200, and the ability for us to really assess and come back to what the right percentage is. And so I appreciate that flexibility, and I think in this moment in time, it doesn't require an amendment or a change in the language in that regard. I'm curious about some of the other alternatives that have been introduced with the report. So the residential exemption, I believe in the report, and I don't want to get this wrong, but they mentioned that another opportunity to make homeownership more affordable is to increase the residential exemption, which gives a tax reduction to owner-occupied residential properties. What is your response to that, and why we are not looking at that as an option?
Thanks so much for the question, Counselor. I mean, I think it's always worth keeping an eye on our various exemptions and making sure they're at the appropriate levels and right to provide the proper amount of assistance, and then balance the cost of those things, right? So since the residential exemption is built into the residential tax rate, using that to solve this particular problem doesn't actually solve it. So it makes it more affordable for lower valued properties. But then where it all of a sudden will have a disparate impact is on apartment buildings and renters in higher valued properties. And so those situations where those costs are being passed on to our tenants, we want to be very respectful and acknowledge the fact that our constituents are not all property owners, and that costs of landlords do get passed on to tenants, whether it's in a 12-month lease or in a month-to-month lease. And so in this time period, increasing the residential exemption, we think would make the problem worse in terms of the overall residential tax rate increasing. And we think that will potentially be a high burden on our renters.
Thank you so much. And it was also talked about the $1 billion in reserve. I know that the CFO had mentioned we only have access to about half of that, which is free cash, I think is what you said. Why not utilize that as a way to help spread out the burden over time? And I do like the suggestion to potentially allow that for folks that are homeowners, right? And just giving them that relief as a way and putting it in a special fund. Curious to know your thoughts about that.
Sure. So it's something we don't have the ability to do currently, so we would need a change to state law to allow us to do something like a tax rebate, but we're here talking about changing state law, so kind of setting that aside and pretending that is something we could get. I think my biggest concern with this proposal is sort of the orders of magnitude, what is this worth, are so significant. This tool is so powerful in allowing us to shift a significantly shift our current property tax responsibility. And in order to achieve a similar impact through use of like a rebate or something, my concern is that we would effectively drain all of our expendable reserves in a very short period of time. And it has taken us years and years to get to the level that we are at today. And so we would be resetting to zero at a time where, everyone is saying we are entering a period of economic uncertainty. We would have no flexibility as a city to deal with that economic uncertainty if all of our reserves are spent in this way. So I think that's my largest concern with that particular alternative.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And I want to be clear about where we're at in terms of small business. So we've been talking about alternatives, third options, and yes, and either or. And can you just explain for us on the record what current exemptions are there for businesses? I know it's a personal property exemption. Can you just talk about that and what that means?
Sure. So presently, the personal property taxes got a whole host of rules and regulations and exemptions, and turns into a whole variety of different things, and you get taxed on different stuff depending on whether you're a corporation or an LLC, and there's a whole bunch of ins and outs. The part that I think you're referring to, but please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, is that we have implemented $10,000 value exemption, which in essence means that any small business owner that owns less than $10,000 worth of personal property does not need to pay personal property taxes. And so that is something that is a clear and direct benefit to the business, as opposed to working with real estate, where it's a benefit that goes to the landlord that may or may not end up ultimately benefiting the small business occupying the space.
Can you give us an example of what this means? I understand it to be supplies and refrigerators and all of that, but if you can just elaborate on that.
So it depends on the business type. So it can be chairs and tables. It can be televisions that you see in a sports bar or a restaurant. It can really be like all different aspects of stuff that is like movable things. So like computers, point of sale systems. So like the systems that restaurants use to tally up your bill and to kind of send information back to the kitchen. That whole computer system, that's a personal property system that's potentially taxable.
POS systems, I know it well. Thank you for that.
Yes.
Okay, and then what is the process, the intake, the administrative burden that places on you? So, and then also just to be clear, for small businesses, right now, we are only allowing for a $10,000, we're capping it at $10,000 for their exemption.
Yes, that's correct. That's the statutory maximum for that exemption.
Okay, and then what is that burden on you administratively to process those claims?
So every business in the city is required to submit something called a formal list to us on an annual basis to tell us what taxable personal property they have. And so what happens is we get that material in, we input it into a database tracking system, and then if they have less than $10,000 worth of taxable stuff, we don't send them a bill. So the implementation of that is relatively straightforward.
Okay, thank you. And all of this is very important for my next question, which you may or may not know is coming. This has to do with the small business exemption. And what I'm going to do is now for my colleagues put in the chat a link to the MGL section. So this is the small business exemption for everybody to reference. Hold on, let me just put in the chat. And for those listening in, it's section 51, or excuse me, it's section 5I, exemption and conditions under chapter 59. Sorry, 1 second. I don't know if I can put this in the chat, so maybe I need to just share my screen. Okay, can folks see this window?
Yeah, we can see it, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. And while I do that, I just want to make sure that I'm getting this right. So with varying competing windows, I want to make sure that I'm saying what I need to say. Okay, great. So if people are reviewing this, great. I need to make sure that I have my notes in front of me. And I'm just going to stop sharing and just ask that, just because I can't find it on my phone, I'm going to ask that central staff share the reference to this particular section. It's 5I. So I think in general, so my responsibility as chair is just to make sure that we maximize the benefits while doing my best to minimize the harm of any policy that's going through the council. And so I often reference our congresswomen talking about making sure that we're not proliferating policy harms. And in the instance where we find ourselves in a zero-sum place, we need to exhaust all of our options at our disposal to minimize that harm. And while revenue is my love language, I think that can be the new tagline for the assessing department. We do find ourselves in this zero-sum purgatory that is the tax levy. And there's no way that we're not going to maximize that. I just think that that sets a bad precedent. And so my team, in partnership with central staff, we wanted to review and understand what is already on the books at the state level that does not require us to get permission from the legislature. Things that we can do on our own. We can file it as an ordinance next week if we wanted to. The question is, do we want to? So, and also, what is the buy-in of the administration for this? And so what this is our potential third pathway forward. This is potentially our yes and rather than our either or, where I've already said I support this soft landing for residents. And so what has come from this conversation is clear that we need to be able to provide relief for small business owners that are our mom and pop shops, that are our nail salons, convenience stores, barber shops, places that will benefit the most from an exemption, from the small business exemption. In the first hearing, I talked about needing to have a scalpel rather than a hammer. My thought is that this is the scalpel. And so this is already on the books. It's Chapter 59. This is a local option, which is Section 5I exemption and conditions. And so what we do now, based on what you just said in our conversations, is that we allow up to $10,000 for a personal property exemption to cover the cost of refrigerators, TVs, anything that can be moved. So what this would do, if we do decide to opt into this, is that the exemption would only qualify, or the only folks that would be qualify for this are property owners that have commercial property, so this is class 3 only, and mixed use commercial, valued at less than $1 million. And so filtering out everything else. So you can't have a building that has more than $1 million. And then the exemption also talks about having no more than 10 employees. And so you filter out that again. So these are our smallest of small mom and pop shops. In the aggregate too, because I know that there's an opportunity to have multiple different properties with a bunch of different employees. And so you can't have more than 10 employees. This would allow for a 10% exemption on class 3 property. And so what we did is run the numbers. And right now, based on that criteria, with some variation, I'm sure we need to coordinate and cross-reference the numbers, but total value of class 3 property assessed under $1 million in FY24 is equal to about $2 billion. So currently, the city collects from them $58 million on these properties. If the exemption is adopted, if we decide to push this forward and pass this, if the exemption is adopted, every class 3 property that is valued under $1 million qualifies for this exemption. The city would instead, at max, collect $52 million and change. The difference would be about $5.8 million. And the value of exemption granted on this section shall be borne by the combined value of class 3 commercial properties and class 4 industrial properties. And so my argument here is, and I hope it's compelling to my colleagues, and we can obviously talk more about it, is that we would essentially just be losing, in terms of revenue, $5.8 million, which might be a drop in the bucket for us, but potentially a lifeline for these small businesses. And so I'm curious to know if you all have looked into this, what it would mean to implement it, and then on the back end, administratively, what does that burden look like, and what sort of ramp up time would you need to make this a reality?
Sure. That's a question for me, right? Just making sure. So we have looked at, on occasion from time to time, the biggest flaw that we see with that particular exemption is that there is no way for us to, so that the benefit is based on the occupancy of the space. There's no way for us to make sure that the actual savings goes to the occupant of that space. The savings goes to the property owner. So that is a big picture difference between that and the $10,000 personal property exemption that we were talking about. That savings goes directly to that business owner because of the way that leases work, and because every lease is different, even if it's triple net or gross, that there are some terms that define general buckets of leases, but each lease has its own unique characteristics for commercial space. So there's no clear way for us to make sure that benefit actually ends up going to that small business owner.
Can I respond to that? I would like to respond to that. So with this current proposal, with the property tax, is there any guarantee that those savings go to the tenant?
The savings for residential?
Yeah.
Those also go to the property owner.
They go to the property owner, but there's no guarantee that the savings will actually translate to the tenant.
Yeah, no, for rented space, there is no guarantee that the savings would translate to the tenant. But what we're also talking about is it's a little bit different, because what we're talking about, their current proposal is not increasing their costs as dramatically. And so residential properties aren't going to have savings. Like the law is designed so that the overall residential class of property is going to be responsible for the same level of the levy, if not more. And so when we're talking about savings, we're really talking about like savings versus an alternate reality where it doesn't get passed. But the reality is, when, in the projections that the Boston Municipal Research Bureau was basing their report off of, is they're talking about residential property class overall going up 5%. And so with that comes overall tax increases for that class, whether this law is implemented or not, or this proposed change. So that would be my response to that one about savings. I know you had more questions about like the challenges of implementing and kind of like, so big picture, we're concerned that it won't directly impact business. That does not mean that it's not worth looking at. And you're 100% correct that that is a law that currently exists on the books that, you know, if we wanted to opt into, we could opt into, and it would basically be a similar process to the residential exemption and rate setting in general, which every year the administration and the council decide together at what levels those things should be set. So the residential exemption, even though it's currently in existence for fiscal year 25, unless we collectively agree to have it at 35%, there won't be one. And so the commercial exemption, the small commercial exemption would work in the same manner where every year it would have to be decided upon. In terms of kind of the challenges and the timeline and figuring out how that works, it really depends on whether it's something that we are going to shoulder that cost or whether it's something that, if implemented, would be built into the tax rate. So the statute allows for it to be built into the tax rate, but the statute also allows for people to apply for the exemption after the tax rate is set if they don't get it. So basically what that means is, to the extent that we are able to identify properties that qualify before the tax rate setting process, those exemption levels could get built into the commercial tax rate, which basically means the commercial tax rate would go up as a result of those exemptions. So the city would collect the same amount of revenue. For anyone that, again, if passed, qualifies for the small commercial exemption that doesn't get approved before the tax rate gets set, then that ends up being paid out of my overlay account. It's basically the money that's set aside to deal with challenges to property value that gets budgeted every year. And so that is not something that we've kind of budgeted an increase for because of this particular law if we were to opt into it. And so my recommendation would be that if this is something we want to seriously consider, that we investigate those costs, investigate kind of whether that is something that fits within the budget for this year that's already been put before the council, or whether that's something that we'd be investigating for fiscal year 26 and then could build that into fiscal year 26's value. Some of the challenges in doing the research behind the law are, for these properties, a lot of outlying communities, when you have a commercial space with a small business in it at a lower value, they're the only business in that space. A lot of Boston properties, you know, you mentioned mixed use. It's not just like one business that's occupying like a standalone building. It's a few businesses that are in there, or there's businesses and residences. And because of that, in order to qualify for this exemption, it's every small business within that property has to meet these requirements of under 10 employees. And so that is not data that we keep in terms of specific occupants of space. The way we identify space is basically how many square feet and the amount of rent it can generate. It's not tied to a particular tenant. We don't track individual leases. We can get some information from the state in terms of a large number of businesses that might potentially qualify for this if they're in a property that's valued at the right level. So, for example, that's confidential information that the state provides to the city every year. Last year, they gave us a list of 20,000 businesses. Now, I know there aren't 20,000 small properties that are under $1 million in the city that are commercial, but the list of businesses that we're kind of trying to identify and connect to the space is 20,000. I took a quick look at this the other day. The broadly speaking, potential number of properties that meet this under $1 million commercial value component if you include mixed-use residential commercial properties, is around 7,000. So it's basically cross-referencing the 20,000 to the 7,000. There are also some businesses, the sole proprietorships, that the state doesn't provide us information on that we have to get directly from the business itself. So there's stuff we'd need to figure out if we were going to kind of administer it. It's not that it's an impossible task, but it is one that we would want to do thoughtfully to make sure that everyone, if implemented, is getting the benefit that they would then deserve, because it would be a benefit that we're providing.
Right, and all of that makes sense to me, and I understand the limitations and the challenges to implementing this in FY25 today, because of that, and because of the cross-referencing, and I actually think that's savvy and better than just going at the $1 million valuations, where we filter out the 20,000 to the 7,000 businesses. We figure out who is existing and occupying a valuation, a building that has a valuation of under $1 million, and then using workers' comp information or whatever it is to figure out who has 10 employees or less. I know that requires work, but it is something that I would like to consider and pursue, especially given the fact that we don't have to ask for permission from the state to do this. We can just opt in. And so I guess my question to you all is, like, what is the appetite to implementing this in FY26?
I mean, I think it's worth talking through more, mainly because I've thought about it a very small amount, but I haven't really kind of talked it through with the administration and kind of thought through all the pluses and minuses. I am a little concerned that, like, depending on the cost and kind of like how that plays out and what we project that to be, there might be a better use of those funds, like maybe a grant program that we know will directly help a small business. And so I just want to make sure that we're weighing all the alternatives. But, like, honestly, at this point, this is just a little bit me brainstorming. So I can't really give you a better answer than that.
Okay. Well, thank you for your response. And, I do think that it's clear that there's an urgency to assist residents and tenants, and that I understand. I see this as a way for us to exemplify and demonstrate that same urgency to our small businesses, because of the fact that there have been new reports that have come out that said that no matter if you have a gross or triple net lease, that was one of the first things I brought up in my questioning in the first hearing. But no matter what your lease structure is, there is a real possibility that these smaller businesses will shoulder this cost and shoulder this increase. And the very least we can do, again, going back to what I said earlier, is limit the policy harms and explore and exhaust all of our options. I'm interested in producing something that the council can opt into, and just demonstrating to our small businesses that we are thinking of them and we're doing everything we can to limit the negative impacts to their business operations. Okay, that's it for me. I have been made aware from the chair of Ways and Means that they're postponing their hearing. And so while I thought I was going to be doing another round, but I also want to be fair to my colleagues too, where if you have additional questions, please send them in to me, and we will get them to the administration. I just want to be fair to the Ways and Means chair in his previously scheduled commitment, and then also central staff that needs to eat something. So we are not going to be doing another round. I apologize. I know that I had said that. And Councilor Worrell, chair of Ways and Means, has raised his hand and then he put it down. Councilor Worrell, did you want to say anything?
Oh, no, I was just saying that we have pushed it out until, I believe, 3 p.m. In thinking that there was going to be a second round of questions. So completely up to you, Chair. We saw who was in the room and gave everyone 5 minutes to do a second round, but completely up to your discussion as you.
Thank you. And I do see that folks have dropped off. I think at this point, if folks do have more questions, raise your hand, and then we'll do 3 minutes max for that. Okay, thank you, everybody. And then we'll go. So Councilor Mejia, Councilor Burrell has his hand up, and then from there we'll call on folks as they have questions. Councilor Mejia.
Yes, thank you. I did have a question for Attorney Swift. He's still here?
I'm here.
Okay, great. I am curious because this is where, for me, data and numbers, everyone could utilize numbers to their benefit, and I have seen this in a number of different spaces, but you did ask Nick, or you pushed back, and I know that you guys do your song and dance every year around this, but I just need to make sure that I have a clear understanding of where, giving you the opportunity to help me understand your interpretation of those dollars. What is your interpretation?
Yeah, and I actually thank you, Council. I appreciate the follow up on this, and I just sent Commissioner Arnell an email on it. So, the average single family assessment by the DOR and by the city's own assessments is $563,000, $563,449. There's a residential exemption. The first $331,000 is exempted. That would leave the remaining $232,000 at a tax rate of $1,090. That's $2,500 in taxes. If I'm off, I'm sure I'll hear from Commissioner on this. Again, I'm just pulling it objectively from the data from the assessed values as reported by the city and the DOR.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Swift. Nick, I'm looking at you. I don't know if you could see me right here. So I think, and while because this is a public hearing, and I do appreciate the attorney sending you an email so that you have the information, I think that in the spirit of just making sure that everybody's working with the same numbers and the same data, and that we're all on the same page here, having read the email that the attorney just sent you in terms of his interpretation of the numbers, can you give me your rebuttal, please?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question, Counselor. Honestly, I'd have to go back and look at the DOR data to see what's going on there and why we have that differential. It's easy enough for me to check. I just don't want to do it in the tail end of a 4-hour hearing and put in the wrong number when I'm doing the math.
Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna go to Marty Walls. All right, so you are an independent third party here. You probably ruling. So what's your interpretation of all of this? Because I just think it's important for people who are following this is that numbers do matter, right? And they impact the bottom line. And so I'm just curious, what do you know?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but during the back and forth between the two of them, I was going to intervene and say, if you need a neutral arbiter on the numbers, happy to step in. I don't have that data in front of me, but happy to continue to be involved as we sort this out. The numbers aren't going to be the numbers. We just have to come to an agreement of why they're in disagreement, what's the cause of it, and then we can have really good data to go forward.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that, mediator. I gave you the opportunity to do that. I just think that this is you might not think this is a big deal. It probably, for some people, and I'm looking at both property owners and I'm also looking at business owners. For me, I'm trying to really look at all sides, right? And I am really encouraged by our ability to try to find a third way forward. I really don't think that we should be putting anyone at risk because all of those things have a multiple impact on everyone. So, Councilor Coletta, I know that, we are still, we're going to be moving into another working session and all that good stuff, but I still think that I want to make an informed decision, and I really want to make sure that we are being as creative as possible here. So, and I would like to get on for the record, Councilor Coletta, when Nick figures out the numbers and the bottom line, I want that in writing, and I want that to be made part of the record because I think that that's what transparency is calling for. And thank you, Attorney Swift, for swiftly bringing that to the floor here. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. We'll be sure
Nick has
to vote on this that we'll get those numbers. Nick, did you want to respond? Is that why you have your hand up?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to verify and get you the final numbers as well as the sources. I took a quick look. I'm fairly certain that the reason that Attorney Swift's numbers in mine differ is that his is unintentionally double counting the residential exemption, not because of the way that he did the math, but because of the way the state puts the data on the table that he referred to. So that the math in the table he referred, like the math he did makes sense based on the table that he looked at. I believe that on that table, the Department of Revenue had already taken out a big value chunk for the residential exemption. But again, it is very, very easy. As Representative Wall says, the numbers are the numbers. It's very simple to do the exercise. And if we are wrong and my numbers are wrong, I am more than happy to correct them because I very, very much agree that the numbers matter.
Thank you, Nick. I appreciate that. And thank you, Councilor Zapata, for allowing me a few extra minutes there. Thank you.
No problem. Councilor Worrell and then Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone for sticking around. This is just me trying to get clarification on this, like the levy conversation. On page 5 of the Division of Local Services, around Prop 2.5, it states a levy limit for each community is calculated annually by the Department of Revenue. It is important to note that a community's levy limit is based on the previous year's levy limit and not on the previous year's actual levy. Just wanted to get clarification. It's based on what we could have collected, not what we actually collected, correct?
That's correct. And that's why we were talking earlier about if you forego a portion of that levy limit in 1 year, you could theoretically make that up in a future year. But the practicality is that you would be sort of, increasing
Missing out
taxes
1
higher
year.
than you otherwise would have to make up for the prior year, the amount you've foregone in a prior year. Yeah.
All right, just one clarification on that. And then also for me, I would love, as I stated before, and I know Commissioner Arenello, you said you're not spending resources on projections, but I do believe projections will help us out in this conversation to kind of understand the full impact of what this tax classification and shift could potentially have on whether it's commercial property owners or residential property owners. And I know there's a lot of formulas out there that do these projections. And if you need, that introduction to a few people within these finance REITs that work into these accounting departments, happy to work alongside you to, draft some of these projections. But I think that would be helpful for me at least. And also I think it will be helpful for the community members. The community members are coming here saying, keep it affordable, but just giving them a clear understanding of what that means in 7 years, 6 years, I think is very important. So thank you, Chair Coletta Zapata. I'm looking forward to the working session. Or would there be a working session, or what's the next steps, Chair?
Well, it's dependent on the chair and Ways and Means and the schedule and what holds are not going to be holds. So we'll talk through that.
Okay, and is the idea is to vote on this on next meeting, or?
So the consideration I'm thinking through right now is that what I have been told and verified by various folks in the State House is that the window of time that we do have before formal session ends between now and July 31st. And because this is a home rule petition, it needs a hearing up at this, and then it needs to go through the various stages of review, and that there's 2 months. Granted, when did we get this? We got this April 1st and started reviewing it the week that the budget was dropped. So we had limited time on this. Some folks are saying that we're not moving fast enough. Some folks are arguing that we're moving too fast. So I'm trying to consider all of that. I don't have a final answer for you, but I'm interested in understanding from folks who do want a working session, what a working session would yield for them and what they would hope to achieve.
Yeah, and for me, it would be the scale, the exemption that you spoke about, and I think also the information, and hopefully we can get some projections on year over year on the impacts, even though it's a projection. And I don't know, I know Marty, Rep Walls has done projections for 1 year, but I'm not sure if this is something that she could take on, so we can have just more information around this subject.
Thank you. And actually, that reminds me of your first question. I'm not sure if it was answered, but what happens in year 6, 7, 8? Did anybody answer that? I'd be curious to know that now.
So very practically, as it relates to this legislation, in years 6, 7, 8, I mean, again, with the absence of the ability to predict the future of values, everything will return to the current limits set in statute.
Okay, thank you. I will go to Councilor Flynn and then Councilor Mejia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just had a quick comment and question, maybe focused towards the Chief Financial Officer and to the Commissioner as well. Just on our overall plan and strategy, supporting businesses during this critical time, we're considering a potential tax increase. I proposed and the City Council adopted a proposal on establishing a blue ribbon commission made up of business leaders, labor leaders, government officials on how to support our businesses during these challenging times. That was a couple months ago. Is this a solution that we can consider and talk about and come together with experts in various fields and see how we can support businesses? I proposed this, my colleagues passed it and on the council as a resolution, but I think it could be very helpful to the city in ensuring that we support businesses during this critical time. Nick, or Ashley, any comments or anything you guys might want to add?
Thank you, Councillor. Definitely appreciate that sentiment. I think it fits in well with what we were talking about earlier, in that what we have, what we're talking about today is one narrow solution for one very narrow particular problem. And we recognize and fully understand that it is not intended to solve the larger, this larger moment of economic transition. So I think, options like what you have just laid out and proposed are certainly things that, if the city is not already engaged in those conversations with business leaders, I know my colleagues throughout the city who work with business leaders more regularly than I do are in constant communication with those folks about how we can, as a city, be supporting them. So to the extent that we can leverage those conversations and just, again, really think about what are the other tools we as a city can leverage to support businesses during this time of economic transition, not necessarily just related to this one particular issue.
Thank you, Chief. And maybe just a quick follow-up. I know I won't take any more time, but on this on this proposal from the mayor's office, was the business community engaged in a conversation about what this would look like, what this plan would look like, and was their voice heard during the debate prior to the filing of this?
Thank you. Yeah, so we, my office and others, did not create this in a vacuum. We looked to the past, we looked to precedent, we had conversations with different people in the city, businesses, residential interests, a wide swath of individuals to talk about, generally what's happening out there and socialize some of the things that we were thinking about. So yes, there were conversations that were had in advance.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Councilor Mejia.
Thank you. And trust me that I'm not holding you hostage just for the sake of holding you hostage. I just want to note that for the record. I just think that, these decisions, even though you may not think it's a big deal, it is, because I'm trying to be really thoughtful. And so and this is more for the chair in terms of timelining here. I think that there's still a few questions that have remained unanswered, so I think I could benefit from a working session with some updated numbers, some bottom lines and looking at all the different proposals at play. And it would be helpful to me if, have you guys identified somebody already on the state that's gonna be your sponsor for this home rule petition? Ashley, have you guys secured your sponsors?
I wish my colleagues in IGR were here to help speak to that point, but I can assure you that there have been many conversations had with the Boston delegation on this particular issue, so we're in close communication with those members up at the State House.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just, it'd just be helpful to know the lifeline for this, right? And who's gonna be out there paving the groundwork. So, Councilor Coletta, just timelining again, I think I could benefit, and I would love to see at the working session, maybe somebody from the State House that can come in and provide some insight to help support us in our decision-making process.
Thank you for those suggestions. I actually want to call attention to the RFI that we produced for the first hearing, where we solicited questions from folks. We sent it over to the administration. They sent it back. It should be in in the folder. But I did ask, who these sponsors were, and the formal response was that they don't have anybody yet. I think there's a lot of outstanding variables in terms of our schedule between now and Wednesday and even after that with the budget and all of that. So I think I'm going to have to circle back with the chair and figure out what that looks like. I mean, I'm not against it. I think I still have outstanding questions with my small business exemption proposal and what that might look like and how it lines up or doesn't line up with what they've produced. There was one other point that I wanted to make in all of this. I am cognizant, though, that we do have a very, and so I want to be very specific about what folks want to know at this working session and what a working session will yield for them and how it will impact their decisions. That's just something to think about. Not in favor of delaying for delaying purposes. And I think I'm not saying that anybody's doing that, but we are on a very real timeline with the State House. And from what I have been told, is that it is a very real thing to submit something so close to the deadline. I think that we can also see what's happening now, where the home rule petition that we sent up for liquor licenses, thank you to Councilor Worrell and his brother, is now being pushed forward. There was another bill that we pushed up, the BPDA home rule petition that was sent up last year, which is getting talked about right now. And so this is the time to get this up there. And so I just want to put that out there. But yeah, if folks have comments or concerns that they want to know at the working session, please send them over to me and we'll get it to the administration for their response. Councilor Worrell, you have your hand up.
Just clarity on how the State House works. Can this be passed? Because I know they have formal and informal sessions. Can this be passed in an informal session?
It could be passed in a formal session. My understanding is that if there's one person that objects or tries to block it, it could be pushed. It could be pushed back. The goal would be to get it in through formal session. I'm not saying that that's my goal. That's what I've been said is the goal of the administration. But that's my understanding.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. I think for now, I'm going to wrap this up and just ask if there's any public testimony from central staff.
Nope.
Okay. This has been a great hearing, fascinating, and
I think Councilor Anderson had her hand up.
Oh, I didn't see a hand up from Councilor Anderson, Fernandez Anderson.
Madam Chair, thank you. I think I missed my opportunity for my second line of questions. I was in transition. I apologize. But I did want to go on record and just state that I feel like there are numerous benefits to residents. by addressing both like the immediate and long-term concerns. And I just wanted to, one, thank the administration, but also everyone else on the panel who came here to give us insights. But I feel that it aims to really stabilize residential, although temporary, but it's the no-brainer at this time. And it seemed that way, but I wanted to come and engage in the conversation and understand and hear your responses. I am interested in Nick's future response, Commissioner, future response to the attorney in the data. Looking forward to looking into that as well. And I think for renters, you know, the proposal, it includes safeguards to ensure that landlords do not pass on increased tax burdens. I really appreciate that. Helping to address housing, of course, affordability crisis, and small business will also be able to benefit from considerations aimed to mitigate any negative impacts in our commercial tax rates. So, and hopefully supporting our Boston's vitality. So I look forward to more. That's where I stand for now. It feels very clear and a no-brainer. It's not the best solution, but I think the separate conversation is what everyone has been alluding to in terms of the alternative, or is it a supplemental? Is it adding to this legislation to look at other ways of spending money or investments that make sense, that doesn't put us in a precarious situations or fiscal precarious situations where hopefully we're not going into any kind of recession, God willing, but that we are prepared at least for the next 4 or 5 years and giving people a cushion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. And I do just want listening in and or the press and the media. Councilor Mejia, if you can speak yourself, that would be useful. Thank you. I want to push it out there to the media that, and I think there's been a Globe article published recently that talks about the fact that there hasn't really been too much input from residents and taxpayers, and I really want folks to provide testimony, either written, oral. It can be 2 sentences. Yes, I support this because. No, I don't support this because. To the committee and my office and their counselors, there has not been as much participation as I thought there would be. So just encouraging everybody to get involved, to share their opinions. We're only made better for it. And with that, I'm going to close this out and just say that this hearing on docket 0642 is adjourned. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.